Right, Disco Elysium. So I did look into all this stuff, and the good news is there are so many skills that seems like it could be overwhelming, but this game is designed in the best possible way that no matter what, you'll succeed. Now, you'll fail, but you can't fail the game. So it literally doesn't matter what you choose in the sense of progression, but obviously matters in how you go about things. So it's really cool in that sense. I guess the best way to put it is a Fallout quest that has multiple ways to complete it. It's the best possible version of that, but for the entire game. So I was looking into this, and I'm going to create my own character here. And I have some ideas of how we're going to do this. So I am going to go that 4 intellect, 4 psyche, 2 physique, 2 motors. Because looking into some of these skills, some things I feel like I would like, logic, obviously, just intellectual power, yes. Rhetoric, okay, I can use my words to convey things to certain people. It's not the same thing as suggestion or anything like that. It's how you phrase things, sure. Drama is a big one that I was actually thinking about specializing in. Drama is the ability to lie, and more importantly, detect lies. And this is kind of going to be how my build's going to be. Now, when I say that, I mean my mental build, like how I feel like I'm playing. Because in this game, again, there's so many different ways to play. It's not so much the build you make here, which obviously does matter, but like how you, the player, sees your character. And this is how I see my character. Very conversation-based, very perceptive, which we'll talk about. But drama is going to be a big one for me. Conceptualization, understanding what I'm seeing here, and being able to connect the dots seems pretty nice. Visual calculus. Oh, I guess that's reconstruction of the scene, whereas conceptualization is... I guess these are kind of similar. Like, this is physically seeing the scene, and maybe this is like putting things together. We have volition here, which is my morale. Inland Empire. Empathy is another big one here. So understanding others. Again, I'll talk about the main ones I feel like my character would use. Empathy and drama and whatnot. We have authority. This is talking to cops, which I'm assuming seems pretty useful. Suggestion. That's why I'm specializing in these two. So in terms of how I feel like my character is going to be, I feel like drama, empathy, suggestion, and then I'm actually going to specialize in perception. I'll talk about that. So like if I had to pick like 4 main things that like are my character, 3 of them are the conversation based, 1's perception. So I feel like my character would be able to like kind of see things. He'd notice certain things in the environment. You know, this is where the perception comes in. And using the information that I see, I would then be able to talk to people. And based on what they're saying and what I've seen, I can kind of see if they're lying to me or not. And then I can understand why they may be lying. And once I get that, I can use my suggestion to try and get the truth out. So that's kind of how I see my character. You know, we see things, which then allows us to detect the lies, which then allows us to try and see why they're lying, which then allows us to try and get the real answers out of them. Seems kind of fun. Hey, Fink, welcome. We were just starting here. So, like I said, I got these 2 at 4, and then I'm going to go ahead and take Perception as my signature skill, because obviously it's low since I have these 2 at 4. But it's also going to help because it's going to raise the cap of these skills, which again are low. So that's going to let me get perception even higher, but things like hand-eye and reaction speed might be useful. Maybe lock-picking, composure. So these are useful too. But again, since these are already at 4, I think it makes sense to get a skill I want and level that up a little higher than it already is. So there we go. Perception. I think we should be good to go from here then. Furies are at home in the mirror. Their address, even the clearest water, if deep enough, can drown.
There is nothing. Only warm primordial blackness. Your conscious ferments in it. No larger than a single grain of malt. You don't have to do anything anymore. Ever. Never, ever.
Never, ever, ever?
Never, ever, ever, baby.
Keep on non-existing.
An inordinate amount of time passes. It is utterly void of struggle. No ex-wives are contained within it.
This is great.
Yes, it is.
But what was that about the X something?
An awareness creeps up on you. A mass lies hidden in your dead angle, soaking in some lurid acidic sauce. It's bloated and shameful, a ball of meat surrounding you. This is a terrible line of questioning, and it will only lead to more awareness of the meat thing.
I have to turn up the volume, but okay. Interesting. Interesting. Death metal vocalists. Do we want to know more? This terrible line of questioning? Yeah, I want to know more about that X something.
Ex-love. Ex-tenderness. It is foolish of you to resurface to the loss. Not after all the damage you suffered to get here. Some of it irreversible. Stay. Sail with me through the abyss of pelagic zone.
Lonzi, never let me go.
Alright, nothing down to fuck all, borough.
Let's visit the ancient Zero Home.
Great choice, Elder One. It has always been like this, and it always will.
Don't stop, keep singing. Sing me the song of death.
The song of death is sweet and endless. But what is this? Somewhere in the sore, bloated man-meat around you. A sensation. Like a fly to the ointment, your conscience sticks to it. The limbed and headed machine of pain and undignified suffering is firing up again. It wants to walk the desert, hurting, longing, dancing to disco music.
You can take it. You're a champion.
My volition, okay. No, I'm not scared. I'm a champion.
The stench of liquor rises from your mouth, and with it, an ungodly headache.
Who am I? What sort of creature does this to its own mouth?
A fiery streak penetrates your skull, trying to force your eyes open. It's a sound, a clarion call from hell.
Somehow, you know what it is. A caprice to name a motor carriage.
Open my eyes. Oh. Yeah. Oops. Oh, God. Okay. Time to wake up. Let's go ahead and turn up the volume a little bit. Just the voice for now. I don't know, I was testing it, seemed fine, but maybe it's just this part was quiet and like later it's better. Alright. Medium-sized bottle of Commodore Red is empty. Empty cassette case. Tap highlight. Ice. Used to be a tape. It was destroyed in a fit of rage. Something about the single smallest church in St. Sains must have rubbed someone the wrong way. Okay. Someone tore out the tape while the song was playing. Still rolling on empty. What's this? Shoe. Green shoe. Left foot. Nice. Okay.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in.
Look out.
The morning light hurts your eyes. It's hazy, but you see the ocean and some war-torn buildings.
Let's assess the damage. 83% chance. This is a white check. You may retry it. Okay. 2 1s always lose, 2 6s always win. Alright.
The shards face outward. Whatever broke this window came from the inside.
Did I break it with my own hands?
A fine web of scarring covers the back of your right hand, but none of it is recent.
What did this then?
More likely a projectile than a held object. There are no fragments on the floor from pulling a tool back in after impact.
What's the size of it?
It is too large for a bullet, yet too small for a piece of furniture. You're looking for something heavy and larger than your fist. The single green shoe you found fits the hole almost as well as your foot. It would have also been heavy enough if thrown with force.
Okay.
Congratulations. You smashed the window with your own shoe. Now you only have one. If you're lucky, you could still find the other one on the balcony outside. The door to it should be outside your room.
I should go. Well, maybe it wasn't me.
You mean someone else took your shoe off and smashed the window with it? This person also forced the drinks on you.
I should go and get that shoe.
The cool wind gushes in. Your toes curl up from the cold.
Experience a task. Okay. Pants. This adds electrochemistry, removes save affair. Okay, so there's stats. Honestly, I actually don't want that. I don't know if walking around with no pants would be a problem, so for now I'll put the pants on. Oh, what's this?
You hear a jingle. Keys are clinking in the pocket of your flare-cut pants.
Fish them out.
It says whirling in rags on the aluminium keyring. There is a single key on the ring. The number 1 is etched on it. It should open the door.
Whirling in rags, number 1. Okay. Okay, keys are down here. Got bullets, held items, other stuff.
This fan has 2 chain pull switches. One ends in a tiny fan, the other in a light bulb. A truly horrific necktie has somehow attached itself to one of the blades. Or has it been consigned there as punishment? You feel as though this creature is your friend and wants to reattach itself to your neck so that you may continue your adventures together in this strange world.
I can try to grab the tie, which I would very likely fail. So why not just pull on the fan cord to make the fan stop?
The blades come squeaking to a halt. It should be easier to reach the tie now.
How about the light bulb?
A terrible mistake. Turn the lights off immediately. You can practically feel the photons burning a hole in your brain.
All right, turn them off.
The lights are off.
All right, let's grab the tie. Come on, 72%. Oh, that's cool. So there's a modifier. +3 because the fan's off. All right.
You swoop up and catch the tie. Snap. It's released from the blade. Warning, warning. The necktie is no longer contained. What you have in your hand is a fantastically colorful tie with 4 or 5 different patterns. The knot reminds you of a noose. If it's your friend, why was it up there? Who ties their friend to a ceiling fan? Maybe this thing is dangerous somehow.
It might be.
An ominous, foreboding feeling fills you as you look at the tie.
Okay. Yes, this evil tie that we had to put on that fan. Damn it. Nothing else here. Bottles in the bathtub, wine, beer, and liquor. Liqueur. Alright, so let's see what we got from all this stuff. Suggestion down, conceptualization up. Wouldn't want that swap either, so if I was going for stats, I'd take off my shirt and pants, but for now, we'll keep them. Mirror, and then that thingy.
A mirror hangs above a bent and broken sink. In a fierce discharge of masculine energy, someone has ripped half the faucet off. Hot water sprays from the base, and steam covers the mirror. You cannot see yourself, just the outline of a man. Suddenly, you realize you have no memory of the face that awaits you there, underneath the soft vapor.
Really? Nothing?
Really, all recollection of the person you are, the people in your life, and even the world you're in has drowned in a sea of blood alcohol. This was no mere night of drinking. It was a deluge of world-ending proportions.
Wipe the mirror.
As you slowly reach your hand towards the surface of the mirror. Abort. You clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what you see there, and you will never unbecome it.
Maybe I should touch it first, make sure there's nothing wrong with my face.
Yeah, there is definitely something wrong with it.
What? What's wrong?
Where to even begin? There is the bloatedness, then the swollenness. It's like there's an upholstery of alcohol underneath your skin.
I'm sorry, let me touch my nose here.
Bet you are. Your nose feels like a small balloon in the middle of your face. It hurts when you honk it. It doesn't appear to be a particularly tiny nose either. Not with all the drinks it's absorbed for you.
At least my tongue's okay.
It's not. It's swollen and snail-like, wriggling between your fingers.
Oh, might as well wipe the mirror.
Behold. You have no idea who this thing is, do you?
Of course I do. It's, is it some kind of superstar? I think I'm a superstar.
It appears you're also dead. There's clearly rigor mortis on your face. Or wait, is that an expression? Are you trying to make an expression with that face? Why?
I think it might be because I'm a superstar.
Please stop. It's horrible. You're scaring yourself.
No. This is what superstars do.
You can't, can you? It's like it's not even voluntary anymore. You have worn that grin into your face, and now it won't come off. What does it even mean? What is the emotion you're trying to convey?
I think it's supposed to look suggestive. I'm afraid it's meant for the ladies.
Please promise yourself you are not going to try it on any of the ladies, whatever happens.
Oh, I promise.
You liar. You can't even tell the truth to yourself. Go ahead. Try something.
Oh god, they're all super low chances. It does say we can retry it. Okay. Well, let's try the 28% chance. Come on.
Like the rest of you, it comes from a bad place somewhere in the past. That's all you know for now.
Alright, so we have to put points into Encyclopedia to get the check again. Okay. Alright, well, at least I can try to stop the expression from happening.
It's too late. Like an image on film. The expression belongs to your primary motor cortex. It would take a minor neurological miracle for you to cease producing it.
Well, let's for the ladies. Let the mirror be for now. Okay. It's locked. Alright, is that it? Like that's it. Let's go find her shoe. Find your shoe. Means your shoe is missing. You should find it. 2 shoes are better than 1. Okay. How do I get out there? I can get it. I'm going out here. See what this is. Something on the table. Oh, money. Nice. It is highlighted. Okay, go out here, maybe go over. My shoe. Right. Gust of wind washes over you, okay. Sweet. +1 composure. Wow, so I got -2 on this. I really don't know if I want -2 on that. Don't we know what it does? Is there a way to bring up that? Yes. Acrobatics. Split by others. Alright, at low levels, you'll be a bumbling, feckless cop unable to catch a pair of keys. Because right now it's at 0. I mean, but again, we'll keep it on for now. I mean, I don't know if it's going to be a penalty if, like, not wearing clothes. I can see there being a penalty.
There they both are. 2 identical shoes, both copiously green and indiscriminately snakeskin, reunited on your feet, like 2 baby crocodiles.
They fit. Wait, what's this? Discard thought. No? Never. How do they fit?
Good, they're balanced, comfy. Feels like the only good thing about you right now, truth be told.
Oh, morale. Guess my morale went up. I wasn't looking. Okay. Oh, the sea makes you dizzy. But it's not the height. Red checks can be tried only once. Failed white can be retried by increasing the skill. Okay. That's how you retry. And nothing else here. This is a Unity engine game, which has these micro stutters, which I don't know if they're captured on stream for you guys, but for me, it just looks so terrible at times. Ugh.
The young woman raises a cigarette to her lips.
Lasche? Miss Orange Disco Dancer.
Her eyes are brown and her face is speckled with birthmarks. She can't be more than 28.
Officer, am I military personnel?
No.
Seems perplexed.
There's only one solution to this. You're a businessman.
I know, I'm a businessman. Chief Executive Officer, right?
The young woman shakes her head slowly. Officer could be an artistic statement. You're already prone to those.
Nah, that's too wild. Chief Technical Officer is what I am.
No. You're a police officer, sir.
You sure?
I am, yes. Unless you've been feeding us a set of very well-rehearsed lies all this time.
All this time?
You've been here for 3 days. On official police business, no less.
And what business is that?
Couldn't say. In truth, so far, mostly drinking.
Oh, dude. A suggestion check to try the expression on her. If we leave, can we like reinitiate this conversation? I take these clothes off?
Of course. Be careful, officer.
No. Oh,
We don't
fuck.
like the police around here.
And I bet there wasn't an autosave. I need to start saving the game then.
She looks back at you, a light glinting off her eyes.
Goodbye.
Let's see if there was an autosave. We need to find out like basic mechanics like this first. Shit. These were my experiments. Oh no, there was no autosave. What the hell? Oh man. Well, now we gotta fucking save game all the time, I guess. That sucks. I ended the conversation because I didn't know. Oh well. That's a nice long stub. Is there quick save hotkeys with this? There is. Okay. Man, that sucks. Yeah, there's no autosave.
The door is closed.
Knock.
There is no answer. You hear the shower being turned on. Somewhere inside, a tremendous loneliness comes over you. Everybody in the world is doing something without you.
Follow the emotion.
The door is closed.
Knock again.
Still no answer.
Fine, let's go. Weekend edition, newspaper. Alright. Head down. Okay, remember to keep quick saving. We can learn these mechanics to know when we can and can't exit conversations, stuff like that. I wouldn't have gotten the look anyway to be passed, because I think we only have one piece of gear that's removing one suggestion, but still, there were other dialogue options I wanted to do too. Summer, closed for winter. The lyrics would be karaoke mic. Speaker connected to the radio.
You should totally sing karaoke here, the first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know your vast, oceanic soul.
Should I? No, discard that thought. This is gonna be really interesting because again, in games like with like all this dialogue and stuff, I always want to get all the dialogue options. But this game is different because again, I have to more than any other game, I have to roleplay my character, which means intentionally not asking certain questions, not doing certain things. It's gonna be really cool, and I don't actually feel bad about not doing that. I thought I would. But I'm already like into like the role playing the character. He's not gonna be singing. Oh, okay. Health item. Water cooler. Menu wipe clean. Only word Monday. Wait, no. Woman's hand wrote yesterday's menu. Today starts the man's handwriting. Okay. What's back there? Out through here? Before I talk to people, I want to like look around. Kitchen reserved personnel until 1. Soft purr of electric juicer in the kitchen. Someone's working. Okay. Money and stuff in there. Not up here, is it? No, okay. Mess hall reserved for union members. Royal pinball machine unplugged. Guy passed out or whatever. Assuming the money and thing would be like highlighted when I do this. Bottle. Bottle of rum knocked over. Alright, so now we've got people to talk to. Let's start up here.
A man in his late 20s stands behind the counter, inspecting a stuffed seabird. As you approach, he gives you a sideways glance, then looks down again. That was disdain in his eyes. Even now he's purposely ignoring you.
Something tells me you don't like me.
Oh no, you're a hero. A real hero cop.
Could the massive property damage upstairs have anything to do with this?
You're being sarcastic.
Am I? Or did you ride in, take the body down, solve the murder, and not trash my hostel room?
Guessing I didn't do any of those things.
You're right, you didn't, and it's only taken you 3 days not to.
What have I been doing all this time? Have you seen me around?
No, I haven't seen you around. I'm not always here.
Looks down at the bird again, plucks at it. I'll look at it.
A competent work of taxidermy. The white and brown seabird lies among piles of coasters and drying mugs. One of its wings broken. The man is trying to mend it. Looks like the bird was ripped off the shield that was used to mount it, most likely on a wall. This is the Great Skua. The seabird is the symbol for the discovery of the Insulindian Isola, the part of the world you are in right now. Something about it makes you feel bitter.
Yes, I have to ask, what happened to the bird?
Look, your buddy is over there.
Looks at the doors where a man in a bomber jacket is tapping his foot.
Why don't you go and talk to him, okay?
What do you mean, my buddy?
He pretends not to hear you, concentrating on the bird instead.
Let me go back to the bird options here.
This is the Great Skua. Something about it makes you feel bitter.
So, can I help you with that bird? Oh wait, no, let's talk about it first. That's the Great Skua, right?
Look, your buddy. Why don't you go and talk to him?
He pretends
Okay, so he does not give a
looks like
shit
this
about what I
is
say here.
something about it makes you
Can
feel
I help you?
bitter.
Look, why don't
Okay,
you go and
fine.
talk to him?
He pretends not to hear you.
So you the bartender?
Concentrating on-
No, I'm not the bartender. I'm the cafeteria manager.
Understood.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, that was productive. This is my buddy. I guess we'll talk to him first.
A bespectacled man in an orange bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the floor. Looks like he's waiting for someone. As you approach, he narrows his eyes and extends his hand in greeting. If an assault were launched on this building right now, if the windows came crashing down and the whole world descended upon you, this man would hurl himself in death's way to save you. You are sure of this, but why?
Okay. Shake his hand.
Hello, I'm Kim Kitsuragi, Lieutenant, Precinct 57. You must be from the 41st.
You realize he is waiting for your name. This is your chance to come up with a really good name for yourself. Get creative. Conceptualize.
Because I'm partial to the officer with a -1. Do we take that 58% chance to invent a name for myself? I kind of want to. Let's do it. Let's try to invent a name for ourselves.
Concentration makes you squint your eyes. Your name should be deep gold and orange, like a forest fire looming on the horizon, but mixed with the stench of liquor rising from your breath. You're 2 steps closer to it, but there are still many to go.
Okay. Well, that doesn't give me any other options other than just call me officer. That seems kind of cold, though. But that's right. It's not that it's cold. It's we're trying to, you know, play it cool, not letting him know I forgot my name. Just call me officer.
Very well, officer. It looks like we had a little scheduling error on Sunday. Saturday too, actually. Have you had time to talk to the manager here?
What he means is, he has been trying to meet up with you for 2 days, but you have been otherwise occupied.
You mean him? Yeah, just talk to him.
If you don't mind, we should talk to him again. Ask him for a rundown of the area. Now that I'm here as well. I understand the scene is out back, right? It also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police are finally here. In full force, I mean. Have you mapped out the initial interviews?
What interviews?
At the 57th, we like to prepare an initial list of persons of interest, and then just skim the surface. Prepare the field, get to know the players. You don't do that? Maybe it's not an inter-district practice.
Police? I'm aware I'm a policeman.
Right. And the interviews?
I haven't done them yet.
Okay. We'll have time for that after we take a look at the coroner's case. Have you removed the dead body from the tree?
Dead body?
Mm-hmm.
I don't like dead bodies.
Sure. But did you take it down from the tree?
No.
So, the body is still in the tree.
This is the first time you detect a weariness in the lieutenant's voice. It is obvious he would have preferred for the body to no longer be in the tree.
Where it has been hanging for 7 days straight. We should go there as soon as we are done talking to the owner.
But I can't remember anything? Sorry.
I can see you drank last night and the night before, and that you are still drunk now. But I have seen officers go through worse. Much worse. If you need something for your headache, there is a general store nearby. But as I said, the dead body should be our #1 concern.
So how can you be so sure I'm from the police, since I now told you I don't remember anything?
I was sent here to meet a detective from Precinct 41. You have the insignia of the Citizens Militia on your sleeve and on your back. I suppose you could be impersonating him. You could have gotten the insignia from the black market or forged it. But for now, I'm going to set those possibilities aside. I'm not from the Inspectorate General.
Inspectorate General means internal affairs. What he's saying is, he's not from the Rat Squad and isn't supposed to suspect such things.
Ah, you mean the Rat Squad?
No need for derogatory terms. They're only doing their job.
He said the insignia, these white rectangles?
Yes,
But they're just white rectangles.
they're not just white rectangles. They bear a halogen watermark with the letters RCM and a pattern resembling the street grid of Revachol West. I would ask you to step into the headlights of my motor carriage, but again, it's none of my concern. I just need you to do your job.
Didn't I have a badge or something?
You mean you don't have a badge?
It wasn't on me when I woke up.
Losing your identification card is a serious matter. My vehicle has a shortwave. You can use it to report your badge missing. I would advise you to locate it as quickly as possible. But getting the body down should still take precedence.
What were we supposed to do again?
Talk to the manager.
Yeah.
Then we go out back and take the body down.
Let's go.
After you, officer.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is now in your party. You can talk to him whenever by interacting with him.
Let's talk to that chick too. Okay. Report the badge, interview him, and inspect the body. Let's talk to her first.
Hello, sweetie.
The cryptozoologist's wife.
Wait, who's Sweetie?
Who's Sweetie?
Why, you are, officer.
I'm no Sweetie. Look at me.
You're a handsome man, officer, with your mustache and your chiseled jaw and that silly dimple on your chin.
Look at that. The old lady likes me. That's a confidence boost. Thanks. Appreciate it. Yes, this is my first time playing, dude.
You must forgive
I'm
me.
excited.
I'm getting so scatterbrained. I completely forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lena. My husband Morel and I are staying with our friend Gary just down the street, but I come here for tea when they're away.
This Lena is wacky enough for the Motley Crew. Hire her on the spot.
Yeah, I'm going in completely blind. Like, I know what the game's about in a gameplay sense. I know it's mostly dialogue. I know there's these choices. I know about how there's that system in the beginning where you pick your traits and stuff. I don't know any of the story. I haven't seen any of the dialogue options or anything, but I'm already seeing like how awesome it is. So I made. Can I do it from here? Good, I can. So I went 4422. I did not die in my room. No. And I'm specializing in perception. So in terms of how I visualize my character being, I have like 4 main things for, again, like how I visualize my character. Obviously, I'll specialize in other things than these 4, but I feel like drama, empathy, suggestion, and perception are going to be big. So they all work together. So like I'm going to use like perception to be able to see certain things in the environment, which will then allow me to detect when people are lying to me. And then I use my empathy to understand why they might be lying, so I can then use suggestion to, get the truth out of them, that kind of thing. So I feel like I'm going to be leaning on, again, not necessarily emotions, but like reading people. I think my character is going to be about reading people, and not necessarily just what they say, but why they're saying it, which is again why, like, detecting lies and stuff like that. So that's kind of what I'm going to be going with. And obviously there's going to be a whole lot of other skills that we level up too. But I feel like these 4 kind of make up how I envision my character for now. You fail to get the tie. You have a heart attack? Oh, wow. Okay. Actually, I didn't even get the tie. Wait a minute. There was a tie? Yeah, I did. Oh, no. The tie. Okay, see, my tie was on the fan, not the windmill. Oh, yeah, windmill. Yeah, that's what you're saying. Gotcha. Never mind. I was thinking treadmill. I saw that. Yeah, no, it's fine. I saw treadmill. I was like, treadmill? There's no treadmill in there. Nah, we're good. That's interesting. I thought that like something you could do. I thought the fan would be spinning. Maybe you'd like cut your head or something, but you just have a heart attack. Dude, that'd be so hilarious. Let's see. You seem to be in a chair.
Yes, dear. I'm a paraplegic.
Ooh. Is the achievement for it?
A paraplegic is someone with limited or no ability to use the lower half of their body. Paraplegia is caused by spinal cord injuries, like falling from a great height, or a grenade explosion.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was rude of me to mention the wheelchair. Let's move on.
That's quite all right. I'm used to people asking questions. I know they're thinking about it anyway.
Interesting. High skills can give you false info. Ooh. That's going to be very interesting.
There is no bitterness in her voice. She accepted the curiosity her condition inspires a long time ago.
You see what you know, not what is there. Yeah, that sounds so cool, man. It's like, it sounds really, really awesome. That's why I'm so excited to play this. Like, it's just a really, really unique role play. Like a legit full-on role play. That sounds so awesome. I don't know if you've noticed, but I don't know where I am or what I'm doing or anything.
Yes, officer. You look rather dazed. Like a stunned fox. But surely things can't be that bad.
You follow your movements with concern. Oh, crap. You know what? Again, I think my character already kind of bonded with her. Because, I woke up with no memory. I already had almost like a mini panic attack in the mirror. And she's like been nice to me. That guy was an asshole. We have a partner here, but, we don't know him. I think I've already kind of bonded with her. Pass the mirror check? Yes. I got the look. I drank so hard, I forgot literally everything.
Oh my. You know where we are, right?
The Whirlin' Rags cafeteria? It was on my keys.
That's right. And where is the Whirling in Rags cafeteria itself located?
I have no idea.
We're in the city of Revachol, dear.
It was just booze, yeah. Alright, again, my character has bonded with her. Honestly, I don't know diddly squat about Revachol. What kind of place is this?
How would I even begin to tell you? Revachol is the most beautiful city in the world. We're fortunate to be here, you and I. I haven't seen very many other cities personally, but everyone says so. Revachol is a rare jewel. This city used to rule the world, though it has seen better days.
The pause as she studies your expression. Must look quite lost.
Speaking of history, you know what year it is, yes?
It's a bad year in my late 40s or 50s? I don't even know how old I am.
There. The year is 51, and spring has only just started. I'm sure there are better days ahead.
The lieutenant studies you, rubbing his chin.
I forgot he was here listening to all of them.
I'm beginning to suspect that you might indeed be completely adrift in this reality, thinks the lieutenant. How can it be that bad? Never mind. We're in this now.
I agree. I've been wanting to play this game for a while, and I'm so happy I got it after they got this director's cut because of all the dialogue. Yeah.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government?
I like all these options though. They're also dictatorship, fierce warriors, machines, mind control, are concealing our true masters, foreigners, and women. And then a cop regime. Some kind of democracy, maybe?
Nope. Sadly not. Revachol is what's called a zone of control, under an alliance of foreign powers called the Coalition. We have no government of our own, and what democracy we have is market-driven.
Okay.
Meaning, buying is voting.
There's no government. How come there are cops?
Oh dear, this is troubling. You really ought to know that, being one yourself. There aren't any cops in Revachol, not in the traditional sense. The status of law enforcement has been a complicated matter since the revolution.
Ooh, this is interesting.
But we should stop for today, sweetie. You look like you need a break. Besides, I'm not the best person to explain the big things to anyone.
She's scared now. She's realized you really are brain damaged.
I do want to know about this revolution, though. What's this revolution?
A defeat, I'm afraid. The people of this archipelago tried to build something new, something different. The rest of the world didn't like it, so they came and ended it. This was 42 years ago.
What's that have to do with her not being cops?
It has something to do with everything. I really don't know how to explain it better.
I'm just a poor woman, she thinks. What do I know of these things? And how can I help you?
Okay, so I mean, I can already assume it could be something like in World War II with Japan, how we didn't allow them to have a military anymore. Something like this, like, oh, hey, you did this revolution. You have no police force, no authority like that. All right, how did I do?
You didn't do too well, dear.
Yeah.
It does look like you're having trouble remembering things. History and places. Remembering reality, in a word. It's very odd.
It is.
A sigh. The lieutenant buries his nose in his notebook.
But maybe a fresh set of eyes is what the world needs. And while I'm no doctor, such bouts of amnesia are often temporary, so I wouldn't worry too much.
She means this sincerely. Worrying won't do you any good.
Thank you. So, who could tell me more about this place?
Someone more educated in sweeping matters. Maybe you should ask.
No, I'm not an encyclopedia. I won't be a guide either. I'm a detective.
Of course. Then I don't know. Someone rich, maybe? Wealthy people are educated. Though I don't know where you would find a wealthy person in Martinez.
I can ask her, how'd you like to roll with me? I don't know if that's kind of insulting, though. Sure, yeah, go ahead and share that. That's fine. Exactly. I'm sure there's so many like really interesting dialogue things that come up that obviously are very specific to very specific people. Right over here. You start building communism again. Built it before, they've built it before. Hasn't really worked out, but neither has love. Should we stop building love too? Yeah, I mean, interesting point. Very interesting point. You trigger your own, your skills trigger conversations with themselves and stuff. Yeah, it sounds like it's gonna be really cool. That's gonna be really awesome. Thank you very much, Porn Trout. Appreciate the prime sub, dude. How you doing? I'm not gonna ask her to roll with me. I feel like it's more insulting. Again, my character really bonded with her. He probably would like to hang out with her. But I don't know, like, player-wise, if that sounds insulting to say roll with me. So I won't say it. But I think my character... I think he'd also recognize that we can't take her with us. Like, obviously. So I don't think he'd ask her to come along anyways. Doing alright? Nice. I just started this game here. Coming in completely blind, not knowing like anything about the story or the options or whatever. So all this is going to be new to me, and I'm already really loving this. Let's see, we got another task. Get a reality lowdown. Perhaps a rich person. Rich people are educated. Alright, we gotta talk to him. Again.
The man with the unimpressive beard notices you approaching. He drops the ledger he was holding and turns to the lieutenant.
Mr. Gart, right? You run this place.
Yes.
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation, so joining me from Precinct 41...
Currently in between names.
Fantastic.
He just hates me so much. Let Kim talk.
Right. Now, I know it took us a while to arrive at the scene. It also took you a while to call us and report the dead body. It was you who placed the call, yes?
No, I only just got here. It was probably Sylvie who called you. She usually works the bar here. I'm only temporarily taking over her duties.
Do you have her number?
As a matter of fact, I do.
Looks behind a pile of coasters, slips the paper.
You said you just got here. From where? Are you a local?
What, of Martinez? No. I live in Jamrock. I only sometimes come here to keep an eye on the place. This is just one of the many, many cafeterias I manage.
But you still know your way around, yes? In case we need directions.
Yes, I know where some things are, but as I said, I don't live here. I just used to work here. And I'm not going to start working here again, if that's what you think.
I didn't imply that. Detective,
He probably means this is where you step in and ask your questions.
Alright. Then she had to cave in after Final Cut release. Third playthrough seems like a very real possibility. Nice. Yeah, I can just see all the replayability already, like just having different skills and whatnot, to have so many different other dialogue things pop up. Seems really, really cool. Right then, questions. I got this.
His face expresses profound doubt in your having this.
So where exactly is the body?
Behind this building, there's a courtyard. They hoisted him up on a tree there.
How did we get there?
That's easy. See that door there? First you exit through that. Then to your right, you should see a big hole in the fence. A really big one. You can get to the courtyard through there. No need for the keys. The hole is big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry to fit through.
Does he want you to feel guilty of making that hole? It's implied in his voice.
Okay. So who killed him?
I don't know who killed him. I'm not the police. That's your job.
Did you kill him?
What are you, crazy? Of course I didn't kill him.
Alright, fine. So why'd Sylvie go away?
She went away because none of your business.
You know what, I probably shouldn't have said that. He's already pissed off at me, but that's okay. I think again, it was instinct, my character would just tease him anyway. Did you do it?
Have they not been telling you you're a cop?
Well, am I not a cop? Everything is my business.
Okay, you got me. She went away because of the dead body out back. And because I asked for her number. That's why Sylvie went away. I hope you appreciate that.
Hey, I know that there's a dead body back there, but can I have your number? Heels will troll you, yeah.
thank you.
Alright, he opens his notebook. Number is safely tucked away. So it didn't go well, huh?
I asked an employee out. She didn't want to come, but felt obliged to. It was a bad idea. Now, what is so goddamn fascinating about that for you? It's got nothing to do with the lynching.
Feminist. Let's see. Alright, probably shouldn't have asked.
Forget it.
That's all.
Let's go.
Not so fast. You owe me 130 real.
No one is saying the multi-pattern necktie you found tied to the ceiling fan can talk. No one. It must be merely imagination. But
Is the tie gonna talk to us?
Let's bail! Time to push the eject button! Sounds like a responsibility! You don't like those!
Okay, this is gonna be fucking nuts. Obviously, I'm not gonna run, but 17% chance to run because we got the -2 on it. I wouldn't take it anyway. What's rail?
Oh, excuse me. You owe me 130 real.
Pronunciation, the R.
the IIR, or Inter-Isolary Real, is the global reserve currency. Whatever part of the world you're in right now, it's safe to assume he means you owe him some money.
Alright, so, you mean I owe you money?
Wow, you're a genius. Yes, that's right, money. You owe this establishment 130 real.
Who does that clown think he is? Arrest him!
What do I owe this place for? Oh god, here it comes.
Let's see. 3 nights at a tariff of 20 real comes to 60 real. Then there's the window you annihilated. The hole in the window was the first thing I saw when I came to work. So don't try to tell me you didn't. That will be 40 real in damages. Another thing you've annihilated is half the bar. You've run a tab of 30 real. Actually more, but We'll round it down to 30 for your hard work maintaining the stability and order of Revachol. That's 60 plus 40 plus 30 equals 130 real. And yes, real is still money.
Alright. We have no other options to end this, so what exactly is money?
What are you, a philosopher?
Might be.
Money is what grown-up people use to pay for things. Things like this hostel room, or 8 bottles of potent blend, and 9 packs of Royal Extra. We use it for everything, really.
And where do I get it from?
Are you serious? From your work? I don't know. You can take bribes, I guess. I'm sorry. I don't think cops can take bribes.
Some do take recompense, but only to survive.
Why do I need it?
For survival, to pay me. Unless you want to become a hobo. Do you want to become a hobo? There's nowhere else to stay in Martinez, and it's a cold spring outside. Money doesn't make you happy, but it lets you be unhappy for a while longer. If you run out of money, you die. It's like that for all of us. Me too. That's why I need you to pay me. I'm not an asshole.
Is this money?
Yes, it is.
Let's see. 10, 10, 20s, 40, down to 90, right?
No, you see, that's 40 cents. Cents are a form of currency 100 times smaller than the real. I'm not even going to take this. Come back when you have 130 real.
100 times smaller?
Yes,
That's horrible.
it is.
Isn't it evil? The order of magnitude between what is asked of a person and what they have.
Keep it to myself. Pick up the coins.
There's a shuffle of nylon as Lieutenant Kitsuragi looks for something in the pockets of his orange bomber. That's cop 4. I haven't offered to pay because I don't have any money either.
Yeah, this is awesome already. What happens now?
I'm sorry, but he has to pay. I can't let him stay here any longer if he doesn't. If he doesn't have the money by tonight, then...
Officer, maybe you are better off working this from home for now. You live in Jamrock, right? It's not that far away.
I don't remember where my home is.
Officer, you really need to take this up with your station. I have a shortwave radio in my car. Call them, ask for assistance. We have to get this investigation started now.
Good luck.
Okay.
By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this place sure isn't it.
I really don't remember.
But you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You had to be somewhere.
Up on Marvel Hill?
Why did you say that?
Hey, Lieutenant, you know a place called Marvel Hill?
No. But isn't that an expression, not a place?
Russian.
A saying. Up on Marvel Hill, a great high place. One that is impossible to climb back to.
That doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money.
Did I trace the way back somehow to the exact street, number, and the building?
You can try. Run some addresses in your head when you get the time. Maybe a street or an apartment will appear.
What's this? Thought cabinet. Lonesome Long Way Home. Temporary research bonus. +1 encyclopedia. 6 hours. An experience here. Let's rewind. Let's trace your drunken steps back. Jump across the raised channel. Fall over, get up. Alright. Don't know what this is, but okay. Internalize. Sure. Gives me +1 encyclopedia. Okay. And you can stop. Alright. If I need encyclopedia, I guess I could, like, get that on or whatever. St. Just Germany, welcome. We are finally going to walk out of the first area here. Because I think we have everything. Can't go back there or whatever. Alright, well, he said to go west. This is your favorite game? Yeah, I've heard great things about it. I know it's gotten, like, really amazing reviews and everything. The map. Oh, okay. Map. This shows me the white checks we can do again. Interesting. We need to find out who made the call. Gotta call her using his phone. And I gotta get money for the damages. Okay. Inspect the body, which is back here. Report the badge, same place as this. Okay. Well, start looking around first. Heaps of snow. Street sign says, fuck the police. Great.
The RCM in Martinez. What can I help you with?
You sound surprised.
We don't see a lot of police around here, that's all.
Good questions.
Of course. What can I help you with?
Who are you?
Me? I am just a gardener.
Good to meet you, just a gardener. Another question.
I am pleased to meet you too, officer.
Need directions.
Of course. Where to?
You know, the body's... Where's the body at?
Oh, that's right there, in the yard.
Yeah.
She's relieved someone has come for it. Finally.
So where am I?
What do you mean?
I'm, disoriented. I don't know where I am.
Yes, sir. District of Martinez. This intersection is called Roundabout North.
He knows where we are. He just wants directions.
Yeah, see, I gotta stop saying that. Makes sense. What's up north?
There's the pier, the Cape Side apartment buildings, some more tenements. Not a lot, really.
East?
The harbor gates. Some kind of commotion, I think. I don't follow the local politics. A fleet store, too.
I think that's where he said to go for, some sort of medication or something. South?
Some shops and a bridge. The canal bridge leads to the coast, but it's broken, I think. Some kind of accident, probably.
What about the other side of the canal?
Just coast. There's a little fishing village there, and a fish market. But that got closed down ages ago.
About the west?
It's just water. No, actually, I think they call it the Martinez Inlet. There are some islands in the bay, but they're hard to reach.
Alright, thanks.
No problem.
So what's this fuck the place business?
Excuse me?
She's uncomfortable. Maybe you should drop this line of questioning.
Never mind.
She shifts in her seat awkwardly.
Figured.
Of course. I won't hold you back.
Her gloves. You get the feeling that you need them. You have a dead body to deal with after all.
Can I borrow your gloves?
Sure, keep them. I have another pair.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Okay. That's nice. Close. Interfacing. Alright. Sweet. Okay. Alright, so this is his vehicle, which we can do two things with. Report the missing badge and call that chick.
Before you stands a motor carriage. The bodywork is covered in blue and white livery, bearing the number 57. Vapor emanates from the large engine on the back of the vehicle. It hasn't had time to cool off yet. This must be the infernal machine that tore you from oblivion. The Caprice Kinema motor carriage.
Open the door.
In the cabin, you are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio microphone on a hook, a pull-out toolbox under the seat, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Take out the toolbox.
A metallic drawer slides out from under the seat and clicks into place. The tools inside are neatly organized.
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not protective of my tools, like some men are.
He's clearly a little protective of his tools. But what can you do? Work is work.
Alright. Pry bar, chain cutters, flashlight. I'm assuming we can take them all, but if we can only pick one flashlight.
It's robust, weatherproof, and well made. Police issue. Blue. Lets you see things in the dark you would otherwise miss.
Alright, good. Pry bar?
The pry bar feels nice and cold in your hand. Heavier than you'd think. Useful for opening all sorts of doors and lids.
And the chain cutters.
The handles are long and sleek. Snap, snap, go the cutters in your hand.
Alright, push
The
it back.
pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. Preheater gauge casts a warm glow on the steering levers and the radio on its hook.
My fingers over one of the steering levers.
The white suede feels luxurious under the touch, and the metal clutch handle so very familiar in your palm.
Tap on the fuel preheater gauge.
As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange sector, indicating the engine is warm. Next to the gauge is a red switch labeled heat.
There's no use pressing the heat button. It won't start without the ignition key.
Translation. We're not going anywhere right now. Alternative translation. Don't even think you can drive my MC.
Yeah. Let's pick up the radio.
The frequency tableau lights up, and the green button labeled Prime Line glows like a feline eye. And then you hear something. The soft purr of electrical kittens. Radio waves cast far and wide over the metropolis. A woman's voice greets you through the static.
This is Precinct 57. Hello, Lieutenant. How may I assist you?
Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st precinct here. I'm putting him on.
Hi, Alice. This is the officer from 41st. Nice to meet you.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Can you connect me with a civilian? Sylvie? You may report a murder.
Of course. What is the number, officer?
Kim, you got it?
Yes, hold on. Her number is 005 1944 298.
Received. Hold on, officer.
Start slapping a matching rhythm on my thighs.
Give it a minute. She might be busy at the moment. Takes a bit to get to the phone.
Just wait. Relax.
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you. Yes, hello?
Female voice greets you through static. Sounds like she's a million miles away. This is the police calling. I have some questions for you about your last days at work.
Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you?
You can hear resentment in her tone. She's not thrilled to be talking to you again.
So, was it you who called the police?
No, not me.
But why didn't you call? Didn't the corpse behind your workplace bother you?
What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the union already knew about the corpse.
What's the union have to do with anything?
No one calls the police. The union would get angry.
We don't know about this. What do you mean by that?
You know, what the union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like everyone here.
Garbage.
So this is how there's no police here, so they have a union. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna lower the microphone here. Kim, is she telling the truth here? Union's the law around here?
Legally, no. In reality, yes. Martinez is de facto policed by the Dock Workers Union.
Dock Workers Union, okay.
Words are not necessary to feel the lieutenant's discontent for the situation.
Back off, alright. Maybe there's something else.
I don't know what to tell you, officer. I didn't call you because I didn't want to get in trouble with the others. With the Union. I'm sorry about that.
Fine, you know who made the call?
No, sorry. I don't. Not a lot of people have phones around here. Copper thieves take the wires. People don't have the money to have the cables put in again. They use the Union's phone, or the one on the coast.
So the Union has a phone, and there's one further down the coast. Got it.
Eh?
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
And, you know, might be jumping to conclusions already, but it is interesting that the Union, who, like, controls everything here, also has one of the only working phones, almost as if they can monitor what's going on. Next question.
Yeah, go on.
So you quit your job. Why?
You mean, why did I leave the bar? Honestly, I'm not really comfortable discussing it with you, sir.
Why not?
I mean, I would like to say, like, you know, is it a legal matter? Just so we can kind of confirm what we know without, like, confronting her. Would I bring this up then? Was it cause, I'll say it. Was it because of Gart?
What? No, why would you even think that?
Don't be afraid of that, Pig. You have to stand up for yourself.
Please, don't bring Gart into this. It's none of your business.
Alright. Oh,
I
God.
already said I don't want to talk about this. You're messing everything up again.
Oh, shit. Okay. Well, thanks. I gotta go.
I do hope so. Please, don't call me again. Bye.
Oh! That actually helped me by bringing up the Gart thing. Oh, nice. Wait. Why does she seem angry with me?
Yes, you have obviously done something to upset her at the Whirling in Rags, when she was still working there.
Where you go? You're mad at me, right? Tell me, what'd I do? I can't remember anything.
I'm not mad. It's just... You were so drunk and so emotional all the time, and then the skua thing happened. It just made me want to quit.
Skua thing?
The stuffed bird. The great skua. You threw it against the wall
Figured it
while
was me.
screaming, "Fuck that bird," and laughing like a maniac.
Fuck that bird.
I think you said it had been giving you shit ever since you got there.
Bitch bird guy was coming to her. Aw, man, why do I always end up screwing everything up?
It was a pretty bird. There since I started working in Whirling. I really liked her. We call her Scotty.
There's genuine sadness in her voice.
So you're saying I was the one who made you quit?
Yes, obviously. You were the worst client I've ever seen. And I have seen so many assholes in this place.
Wow.
I've had sailors fighting, union guys grabbing my ass, kids stealing booze. Once a guy was glued to the karaoke machine every night for 2 months. But you,
Go on, I want to know what I did.
well, you were worse than all of them. Honestly, you were getting borderline aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, again, customer service and stuff like that. Shit happens, unfortunately.
Even about little things like not turning down the volume at 3 a.m. I even liked one of those songs you kept listening to on repeat. No more. I hate it now.
Song.
We Go On by the O.O. I can't listen to it anymore. You've turned it into a parody.
I'm sorry. Sorry about the song.
To hell with that song. Then there was your room. Your project. An experiment to see how bad it can get in there. I tried to send the cleaner, but you wouldn't let me. Threatened to make me understand. I had no idea what you meant. and I don't want to know.
The hell?
And then you scream something about being the most boring person alive and how everyone leaves you because you're just so boring.
Sounds intense.
And then I had to deal with your toilet. The one you clogged with police documents, causing water damage downstairs in the kitchen.
Oh, God.
I won't even mention you waving your gun around, harassing customers, threatening to sing karaoke, threatening to kill yourself.
Whoa, these police documents?
The ones I had to wrench out of your toilet.
What happened to them?
Damn it, I don't remember what I did to your damn papers. I don't remember every little thing I do. Especially when there's a hurricane loose. It's your fault for losing them, not mine.
Something in you wants to immediately forget about this, as if there was a reason you threw them away.
I get it. I wasn't a very good tenant.
No, you really weren't. You were simply the worst.
You're the worst tavern wench I've ever seen. Truly sorry for everything, Sylvie.
God, I knew I shouldn't have brought it up. Just try not to call me again, and let's pretend it never happened.
But when I spoke to Gart, it seemed like he thought you left because of him.
Wait, really? No, this is absolutely not true. I like Gart. I really do.
Maybe I can get them together, and they might give me some more information. Didn't he cross the line when he asked you out?
No, I was actually flattered. I've always liked him. It was just bad timing. With the corpse and all that.
There's a pause. You can almost see her on the other side. The telephone cord coiled around her index.
We got her. Your restaurant's kitchen bounced when he was younger sometimes felt dangerous and more frustrating. Kindergarten, yeah, I can imagine. Like, it's just people. Yeah, just people. Like, they can't control themselves. And I'm sure, like, every person is just completely different, and one person can say something which then sets someone else off, and yeah, I can just imagine.
I didn't know what to say to him later. Then you came and destroyed the place. So I left without explaining. I should have told him, maybe.
I can tell him.
Okay, but please don't mess it up. Please don't take out your gun or something.
Well, thank you for talking to me. Take care.
You hear a sigh of relief on the other end of the radio. Wordless, the call breaks. Then, the already familiar voice.
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
Yeah, can you connect me to the 41st? I need to the report here.
Just a second, officer.
After a while, hear an old man greet you. The voice is oddly familiar.
10-2, 10-5. This is 41st. Come in. Over.
A scrawny old man sits in a dusty cubicle, smoking, with a large white rectangle sewn on his vest. In front of him is a box-shaped apparatus with an array of wires and antennas. The radio switchboard. The man uses relay code. You got this. You're a cop, and cops know relay code.
10-4, Station 41. I got an urgent business over here. Over.
10-4, message received. 10-5, relay message. What's your status? Over.
Just reporting in. Over.
10-18, state your message, sir.
I need of financial assistance. Personal details. I need to report my badge missing.
10-9, over.
My badge, I can't find it anywhere. Basically, it's gone.
10-4, message received. This is a very serious situation. I need to 10-22 the captain. Over.
Oh, God.
Is it him? What does he want?
Says he lost his badge and needs to report it.
He what? He lost his badge? Who lost his badge?
This is a group call now, all of a sudden?
Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think? It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity.
Dick Mullen is not your name. It's the name of a fictional detective who would not lose his badge. Defend yourself. Immediately. They're laughing at you.
I probably would, depending on the options here. Haha. Officer lost his badge, huh? Like I'm the first cop to ever misplace his badge.
He says this has probably happened to other policemen before him and laughs sarcastically.
Oh god damn it. Is he fucking kidding? The whole station's gonna be dicked for this.
Satellite Officer Vikmar is wondering if you might be joking and adds that this tarnishes the reputation of the entire station. Over.
Mullen dicked us.
Look, can't we just move on? I want to get this report and be done with it.
10-4, I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note here that you are in pursuit of your misplaced badge. Over.
Good point, nice. Dick Mullen sounds like a Humphrey Bogart character, it does.
Fuck me. Mac, come here. You've got to hear this. Dick Mullen lost his badge.
What's going on?
Super Cop here lost his badge.
He lost his what now?
His badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
Enough of this. I have other things to discuss.
10-9, come again. I didn't get that. Over.
New heights even for Captain Sober.
Ask him. Ask him if he's lost his gun, too.
Interesting they call me Captain Sober.
Sergeant Orson wants to know if you lost your gun too. Over.
Because it sounds like they're actually being serious when they call me Captain Sober, which makes all this, like, you know, booze and stuff even more interesting, combined with what I told the chick, where, you know, oh, I'll make you understand. Okay.
Check your pockets. Check your... Holy fuck. You don't know where it is, do you?
Oh god, it's not here.
Okay, it's gone. Your gun is most definitely gone.
Don't sweat it, Bratan. You don't need a gun to have fun. We can still have fun. It's not all over.
10-9, come in, officer. Did you get my question? We were wondering about your gun. Over.
Let's try it. Convince them I didn't lose my gun.
Lying over the phone? It's easy. Just say it like it's the truth. And then it becomes it.
No, of course I didn't lose my gun.
He says he didn't.
Thank God for that. That would have been a nightmare. I don't even want to imagine the poor prick who has to relay that kind of news to the captain.
So I had to find my gun.
Losing his badge is bad enough. Tell him to find it, and fast. We can't have some gangbanger running around with it.
We're all glad to hear you've not lost your gun, officer. You need further assistance? Over.
Okay, I can tell them the truth. I'm not going to. No. I'm also not going to ask for financial assistance. Okay, this might be odd, but there's some personal detail I'd like to discuss.
Okay, 10-4, sir. I hear you. Relay your question. Over.
Wait. Before you say anything stupid, think it through.
Yeah. I need information, not fear.
Be smart about this.
I will. I know.
Ask if he's there alone.
10-4, sir. I'm not hearing your question.
I don't need to make sure he's alone for this, because this is a very keen way of asking this. I want to know if you got my badge description right in the report. Can you read it to me? You know, my name, rank, date of birth.
What? What is it? He's still on the line?
He wants to verify the information on his badge.
But of course, it says Dick Mullen, High General of the Revacholian Cavalry Force.
Tell him to stop wasting time.
What do you need, sir? Over.
Damn it. Alright. Are you alone in the room? I need some confidential information about myself.
That's a negative, sir. I got 10-12 visitors present here. Over.
Alright, can you just please refer to me with my full name in the future?
10-9, repeat message. I didn't get that, sir. Over.
Stop calling me sir and just use my real goddamn name, will ya? A little aggressive, but...
What? What is it? What can he possibly still want from us?
He seems intoxicated and keeps asking me to call him by his name.
Shit.
Mullen's drunk and emotionally aggressive. That's new.
Wrap it up. Don't indulge in his drunken antics.
Have I ever told you about my... At this point, I think I just have to, like... he already called me, you know, intoxicated. I guess I'll ask one more. Have I ever told you about my life before RCM?
10-4, well, that's,
Does he actually want something, or is he hell-bent on disrupting our work?
He asked if he ever told me about his days before joining the RCN.
For God's sake, cut this shit out! Tell him to stop wasting time and be a goddamn policeman for a change.
Sir, Satellite Officer Vicmar says...
Yeah, I heard him.
So, was there anything else?
That wasn't too bad. Yeah, I know. Double down. Yeah, I love this so much because, again, it just feels... It's so well written. Alright, again... I really love, like, again, this is, like, so good to get the intel. And the second he didn't give it to me, I knew he wouldn't give me anything. But I still felt like asking him to refer me in the full name was another nice way of doing it. But then he called me out on being intoxicated and all that. So, like, we have to, let's just wrap it up. It could have gone a lot worse. You know, he did use the term intoxicated. They don't seem too pissed off about it. They're more upset that I'm wasting the dispatch's time. Let's just call it quits there.
Understood, sir. Over.
Yeah, that's 10-10. Over.
Roger that. 10-10. Over and out.
18 kilometers to the south, in the 41st Precinct's relay booth, a small crowd has gathered around Communication Officer Jules Oldboy Pidier, around a dozen cops. The small room is filled with cigarette smoke, a buzz with laughter, when Officer Judith Minot enters. Her left arm is in bandages, and her hair trimmed short.
What is going on here? Did something happen?
What happened is my partner made contact, and it's not good. He's lost his badge. He seemed confused, delirious even.
I wonder if that's because I asked those following questions.
Mac, the torso Torson, is finger-fucking his fist, laughing hoarsely and apparently telling some dirty story to his partner, Chester McLean, near the entrance.
Yeah, Mullen was fucked, alright. Sounded fucking drunk to me.
Yeah, Mac's right. That was some gnarly shit there.
Enough! None of this is funny. It's fucking sad. That's what it is. He's a cop. He's one of us, goddamn this.
We must help him.
He looks down at her polished black shoes, firmness to her voice.
Yeah? How do you fucking plan to do that, huh? Get him off the drink? Go jogging with him in the morning and get him on carrot juice? He's a lost man.
I just know we can't give up on him when he's at his weakest. He wouldn't.
Crowd's fidgeting. Someone's trying to slip out unnoticed.
Mac, man the door. You know what he told me? I don't want to get better. I want to get worse.
Okay.
Those were his words.
So I thought they were, like, honestly calling me Captain Sober because, you know, I actually didn't drink, but it's the opposite. Apparently I'm a known drunk. So my initial impression, again, was if I actually was, like, someone who didn't drink, that would make this even more interesting because that means I was intentionally getting drunk or something to try and solve this case, potentially. Wrong. Just an alcoholic. Now, it could be other reasons, too, but no, I actually am a known alcoholic, apparently.
This shit does not leave this room. Not a word of this to the captain. Or anyone else. We'll give him a couple of days to pull his shit together.
I guess I can hold off the report for a few days.
Good. Okay, everybody. Nothing but a prank call here. We all got our laughs. Now get back to work.
Far north, on the other side of the motorway, the officer quietly hunches with his hand in the motor carriage.
Let's leave. Let's do one thing at a time, so I'll go back to him. Right, we got a quick save quite a bit here, too. Oh, I want to look at all the things we got here. Skill points buy new thought cabinet slots, really. Alright, so that's what we're doing right now, talking to him. Gotta track down the badge and the gun. Hopefully they're together. We got a skill point. So I gotta pick one of these. Okay. So it looked like I was able to like bring this menu up in conversations. If that's the case, I might just hold on leveling up skills until like we're in conversations and I need it. That would make sense if it's possible. We'll find out. Tools. Oh, we got these things. All right. We have to equip them. All right. Equip that. Oh. Containers. Alright. Just take it out for now. That's cool. Alright, let's go tell him.
Can I help you?
Talk to Sylvie. She left because of me, not you.
Wait, what? But what about the bird?
Bird?
Yes, the bird. I found it lying on the floor with a broken wing the morning she left.
This is gonna add to my charges. She didn't break it, I did. I threw it at the wall.
You broke the skewer!
I assure you it was him.
It's as if he can't decide whether to be angry or relieved that it was you. Again.
Why on earth did you have to break the skewer?
Mystery. See, that might piss him off. Yeah, it's a mystery.
I can't believe it. I was so sure it was Sylvie. Even worse, I thought she was trying to send me a message. Symbol of hope and all.
A tender type of hope. Something stirs in you. Perhaps this is why you broke it.
All right. Did she say anything else? About me, you know? Did she say anything about me?
Said she was flattered. It was just bad timing.
Really? I should give her a call then. Thanks, I guess. Was there anything else you wanted, or...?
What's this? I've seen something here at the Whirling. Need to talk about it?
What thing?
Okay. I saw a sign that said the mess hall is reserved for Union.
Yes, not the whole damn Union, thank God. Just the nastiest and loudest faction. They come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly types. Think they're big shit. But they're good customers. They place big orders and always pay on time.
He hates the Union, but grudgingly recognizes its power over him. So he's directing his frustration at you instead. Retaliate.
Maybe you gotta suck up to the Union to stay afloat.
I don't. I'm simply providing a service, or really facilitating the offering of services to paying customers, and it doesn't matter. I don't have to explain myself to you.
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we need info.
How do we find them?
We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later. Men get hungry, even striking men. If not today, then they'll be here tomorrow.
There are these things called days. You sleep between them. He's saying they'll come after you've slept. Just making clear you got that.
Yep. So I saw a sign saying I couldn't go in the kitchen. Why not?
What are you, a cook now? That's none of your business.
There might be something pertinent to the investigation in the kitchen.
He wasn't pan-fried. He was lynched. What could the kitchen possibly have to do with...
Changes his mind.
Fine, okay. The kitchen is closed until 1 p.m. because the cook is working. You can snoop around after that, if you must.
So I figured. So it's 10:45 right now. Alright.
What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the Whirling later.
Yep. That's what I was about to look at next to see. I wanted to remember what time the stuff opened up. Alright, so we did that. Union box. I think the next thing we can do is see the area. We'll probably push to the body soon. should be up that way. Okay, there's some like overview map. That's the map thing there. Got that over there. Great tectonic force, cracked pavement like an eggshell. Maybe a sea monster. It could be caused by an earthquake. Cracks leading onto the roof. Ancient fountain. What these guys are about. What's this?
This Post Lavantore mail collection box has been heavily vandalized with graffito. A closer inspection reveals 2 bullet holes in the front.
Add it or kick it. Fuck you, delivery box. We'll pat it. Good mailbox.
The box seems happy. Eat shit, pig. Fucked by the coon. And St. G with a crown have been scribbled on it. Jenny is a whore, and best set mailbox also.
Been there, mailbox. Been there.
The mail collection box seems cathartic. Thankful even. So do you. You shudder. Then you swallow.
Give me morale, okay? I need it.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, alright?
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first. Ask questions never.
Can I ask what game it is first?
No, you got this. There's the ball. You're the game.
Interesting. I could do the check. But no, I'm gonna observe him first.
See? Your munching and complaining have ruined my concentration.
Throws a middle ball towards a smaller wooden ball, missed by a meter.
Ah, mon Dieu. The pain in my back is unbearable. I can't even say if it's in my back or hip anymore. Feels like it's in both.
I hope you pass out from it, you goddamn jellyfish. Men like you are the reason this nation is sinking.
Trying to throw something as close to a predetermined point as possible. Measuring. This must be the age-old game of petanque. Shush. Ignore them. They don't know what they're doing. They're old. You are letting down yourself and the team. Get in the damn game already.
What a coach.
Eyes on the ball, Dinky Winky.
Yes, now it's a super low chance. Nah. One minute time, fellows.
Sure, officer. I am René Arnaud. And my specially abled partner here is Gaston Martin. How can we help you?
Know anything about the man hanging in the backyard?
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement. But this affair has passed me by completely.
And most of the locals?
In Martinez, the union is the law. So can you really blame them?
You don't have a problem.
Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets.
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent discussing politics.
So you don't know anything?
If I knew, I would not be afraid to tell you. I simply don't. I'm an old man, not a coward. The daily business of the riffraff no longer concerns me.
'Tis true, sire. He knows nothing. This is a man with a lot of past, but little present, and almost no future.
Playing in a crater.
Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game.
An earthquake? Actually, we can already start putting together. We know there was a revolution. Could have been some sort of, war. So you know what created it?
I do. Fire from heavy artillery.
Yep. There's a crater from artillery fire. Why?
Why what?
Why was heavy artillery used?
Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home.
Did you use artillery fire against them?
Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked. Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't though, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough.
Saying suicide sex cult propaganda. Inland Empire, always correct, seldom useful.
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
You have chosen a place away from people and buildings.
This place is a damn beachhead, son. They had to soften the commies up first.
Beachhead?
Yes. The military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol. Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta.
Okay, we're getting information without, telling him that we know nothing. Alright. Nod thoughtfully. Look northeast.
This here is Blood Ground, where coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we're playing pétanque on their mangled corpses.
Blood Ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Coalition?
Mm-hmm. Don't get me wrong, officer. I hate those foreign dogs, but the enemy of my enemy and all that. They're the lesser evil.
Alright, so we're at least having a better idea of this whole, revolution and stuff like that. We don't know the players or anything, but we know roughly the very basics of what happened here. That explains all the war damage.
Damn right, son. They laid the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And it worked, too. The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially, the party never surrendered. Of course they still hold influence.
Interesting. So it seems like the Union is the remnants or the offshoot or the evolution, potentially, of the people who then started all this.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players on the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think?
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
Okay. Foreign powers cleaned up our mess, and now they rule us. Shake her head in shame.
I'm sorry it had to be them. After 8 years of fighting those hyenas, boiling cats for food and drinking piss in the mountains, I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned through Revachol, or even if that damn clan Frisel had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case.
This royal failure weighs heavily on him.
Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio. This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with.
You mentioned Girume?
A true king in both blood and mind. Led Revachol before Frissel. He would have been better, but the damn commies drove him into exile.
Some manner of self-deceit is present in his thinking. Sounds like this Guillaume abandoned him, and he doesn't want to admit it.
Who's this Frissel?
Damn Frissel. He was the king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him, and the crown. He died in the hands of the Hyperlay, in a very public execution.
Alright, so we got all that without having to look stupid. Cool. Thank you for the intel and your service. So what exactly is a suzerain?
The suzerain is the king! Has everyone forgotten already? They forgotten already. It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire.
Know anything about the man hangry? Asked that. Composure, damn. Well, this is the test right here. I'm not gonna actually level it up, but it looks like... So yeah, we're gonna save our skill points, because you can level them up mid-conversation. Interesting. That's just such a low chance. Obviously, we'll roll it right now for the 8%, but eventually when we level up Composure and all that, we can try it again. Definitely seems like Composure would be something I'd want to level up here. Makes sense. It's only at 2 right now, obviously 3 because of the gear we have on. So we'll try it. 8% chance. Let's see. What's it about this old soldier that makes him stand so proud?
All you observe is a veteran refusing to let go of the past and his old uniform. This is not uncommon.
This is the uniform of the Royal Carabineers in service of Frissel I, Guillaume le Lion, and the valiant King Philip V before him.
Don't you mean Frissel the Fan?
You do not speak his name, Craven, although he was a clown. But he was our clown, ours to ridicule and to mourn.
There's something you missed. You will get to it. Don't worry.
Thank you for your time. That was useful. How about this guy? Let's always save.
I have really outdone myself. This is divine.
Yes, that's what you need, Gaston. More padding on that fat arse of yours. I hope your heart gives out.
René, it's a little pleasures. Life doesn't need to be a struggle. Hello, officer. How might I be of assistance on this fine day?
What do you know about the dead man?
Let me think. I heard someone was hanged and left on a tree for a week. But that's all I know, really.
Come on, must have heard something.
No, officers, I'm sorry. And I really would like to assist. You are both good guys. I can see that.
Then help them, you wimp. You have plenty of shoulder with the gauche caviar in the Union. Someone must know something.
He means caviar socialists.
I wish I could, but I just don't know anything. I always keep my nose clean and don't gossip. Everyone knows and respects that.
Odd. He doesn't seem to be lying, but there's something off here.
I mean, his cheeks did turn red. Sounds a bit like you're holding back.
I'm not even anyone.
Of course he's holding back. His mouth is so full of Union prick he can't even speak properly.
Can I at least finish my fucking sentence before you piss on it? Is that okay, René? I'm not anyone important in the Union. I just know Evrard.
And who is this?
Evrard Clare. Everyone in Martinez knows the Clare brothers. I taught these boys human studies and history in the gymnasium.
What do you know about history? You never witnessed history. Only heard about it years later, when it had already moved on. You don't know history.
The old soldier mumbles something under his breath and turns to face the sea. There he stands, proud, rigid and alone, like a cracking marble statue.
Let's try not to get caught in a crossfire.
Lest we leave riddled with bullet holes. This animosity is ancient.
So how do you know him, Everett?
Everyone in Martinez knows.
Same dialogue. Okay.
The old there he's.
Let's try not.
Lest we leave riddled with bullet holes. This
You a union member?
animosity is ancient.
Oh, in many ways, yes. Like an honorary member. I attend meetings and parties, help with little things. Evrard, Edgar, and the older debarders all know me.
You're not an actual member.
Not in the technical sense. I don't have a vote or a membership card, but Evrard keeps me on the payroll, just for the little things.
So that's what it was before. Him hiding something. He tries to make it look like he's a big deal in the Union, and now the illusion is disintegrating before your and Renee's eyes.
Okay.
He doesn't know anything, because no one tells him anything. He's an outsider.
Of course he's not a member. He's not a member of anything. I knew that. He's a Weservein. Turns to where the wind blows and tries to look important. I hate the socialist rabble, but even siding with them is better than living your entire life on the fence. Never committing to anything. Pick a damn side already.
What are these little things you do?
Writing work mostly. Occasionally, he needs something written, and I happen to have a way with words, people say.
Well, that means you know some information. What kind of things do you write for him?
Oh, nothing official, I assure you. Just essays for the newspapers. About Martinez and how things are and how they could be. Evrard and I had these long talks where...
Well, he tells his little pen man exactly what to say. It's commie propaganda, plain and simple. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Do I ask him if he's a socialist? I don't think it really matters. But I don't really see any downside either. So are you a caviar socialist?
I don't even consider myself a regular socialist. Politics is not really something I involve myself in, officer.
You need to believe in something. Freedom, the people, every even money?
I believe everyone has the right to think and do whatever they want. Even if it's nothing at all. I'm very adaptable.
Mon Dieu.
Alright, well, thanks guys.
No, thank you. For being consummate professionals. You'll have this case wrapped up in no time.
What are the rules of this game anyway?
Oh, the goal is to throw your bull. As close to the cochonnet as you can. That's the cochonnet.
Interesting, tell me more.
Well, first, you draw a circle about a half a meter in diameter. We made ours out of rope. Then, the order of play is determined by a coin toss. You win it. You get to throw the cochonnet. Then, the players aim to throw their bulls as close to the cochonnet as possible. They must stay in the circle and keep both feet planted.
Anything else you can tell me?
I could, but I'd rather not. I don't want to take up your time with trivial details, officer.
I get it. Thanks.
You'll put that knowledge to good use in 50 years. I'm sure of that, officer.
I don't like where this is going, officer. Don't you think we should do something else now?
Yeah, case solved. Never know when we'll have to play a game. Get some information. Let's go down here, then go back up, and then maybe we actually go to the murder scene. That might be nice.
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized bubblegum, rendering the machine permanently inaccessible.
Side.
A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word Onuk written on the other side, with N and C scribbled backwards. That's Kuno on the lens.
Yeah. Alright, check out the background.
Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water lies a coast, studded with concrete and reeds. On it, a church on stilts, lanky weather-worn wooden planks, an X-shaped cross topping its tower. You know this to be the Star of Pericarnassus, or the Cairo, the central symbol of the Pericarnassian Church, a star, a great moral height to be strived towards. The church looks old and weather-worn. There are no lights in the windows. Around the large wooden building you see chunks of sea ice gathered on the beach, and a small tent set up on the ice.
Poor little viewer.
The metal feels cold and wet under your palm. It looks unhygienic.
Ew. Let's see what this is. Hear distant squall of seabirds. Oh, the guy's drunk. Ooh, wow. Lots of money. Bullet holes. Okay. Yellow plastic bag. You collect it. Equip it to collect tear. Okay. See? Oh. Oh! Plastic tear. Or tar, I don't know. Sells for 10 cents. Okay. They're picking up plastic bottles to sell. Well, we need money. Alright, let's talk to the drunk here. This might not go too well. Oh, or not. Alright, well, let's just finish this area. Oh, I did that already.
This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25 centimes and pull the handle while looking inside. Then use the focus knob to zoom in if necessary. Why place a tourist attraction in the middle of such poverty?
Yeah. What's this doing here?
There was a revitalization project in 49. A design studio tried restoring Martinez to its pre-war glory. It didn't stick.
What happened?
They got as far as the street lamps and the statue on that intersection. Then something went sour. I suspect that something was Everard Clare, the union leader. He muscled them out. It's how it usually goes around here.
Say nothing.
The lieutenant adjusts his collar. It's frisky outside.
I'm not gonna insert a coin. We need that money. Get that. Just finish here. There's a market. Book. All books here. Half-naked dame on the cover. That seems like a pretty important book to read. Kid?
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open.
Young girl, chubby red cheeks, nose is red from the cold. Hello.
Are you interested in a new and exciting book?
What store is this?
It's a bookstore, sir. We sell books, postcards, and some board games. It's called Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold your horses, little girl.
Huh. Do I know all these things? She's a kid. What do I care if she thinks of me as a loser? What's a book?
That is a book. They have stories inside them. It's like someone told you a story in a really long letter.
And a postcard?
A postcard is a small cardboard picture. You can write a few words on the other side and send it to your friend or beloved.
She is unfazed by your questions. She would consider it impolite to point out any perceived weirdness.
Good. What about a board game?
Board games are like little games on a table, made to pass the time. There are several different ones, but sailors here mostly buy cards.
Interesting. Thanks.
My pleasure. Anything else you'd like to know?
Is it okay if I ask some questions?
Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books.
What's your name?
My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside minding the register or organising the stock.
He looks at the window and her eyes get wide as she's recalling something.
Feel free to step in and browse our wares.
You're standing out here in the cold because...
I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance, and biographies of famous people.
A sudden gush of wind turns the pages of the books on the counters. She covers her face, smiling. But she's cold.
You're cold. Can I help in some way?
Kind of you to offer, sir.
What could you do to help her anyway?
Maybe if I had like some sort of hat or different gloves. Maybe I should have a word with the store owner?
Oh, no, sir. I'm happy to help Mum by luring in customers. Besides, I have some hot juice in my vacuum bottle to keep warm.
Would you be at school? Something?
I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running.
Isn't school more important than this?
Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life. You succeed.
How's business going?
Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about this house being cursed.
Behind her, the window has been boarded up. You sense the boards creaking, twisting for a second, and some kind of doubt in her tense shoulders.
Cursed? In what way?
Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go...
bankrupt.
Exactly. But we've been doing fine so far.
I don't think curses are real.
They shouldn't be, but they seem real. Anyhow, they say that these grounds are doomed for businesses.
Not doomed, but your mother should learn from her mistakes.
Of course, sir.
What is this crime business? Based on the name of the place here.
Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals.
I get it. Crime murders gets the people going.
And it's kind of like a puzzle too. You can guess who the criminal is or how the good guys are going to catch him.
What pleased me myself, by the way?
You don't look much like a policeman.
She examines me. Well, what does a cop look like then?
Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen.
Okay. Points to the book cover, see a strapping officer. It's not your body that's important in police work anyway. It's your...
Head, yes.
No, it's your soul. Your blue soul. Not head, child. Heads.
Flexibility. There are millions of different people out there. You have to get into their heads. Sometimes you gotta be the killer to catch the killer.
Isn't that very dangerous?
Policemen live and breathe danger, little child. Mullen obviously lacks the chameleonic skill.
Unlike you, sir. He's just a fictional character. He's no match for you. Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the books.
Oh, not with that composure. Oh, really? Ooh, we could. We could try at 58%. She's cold and afraid of the curse. Let's ask more questions first. Hopefully this option doesn't go away. Can you save mid-conversation? No. So what's this romance about?
It's the type of book where there's a rich lady and she has to choose between the good man and the bad man. Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir.
But a poor man getting a rich lady.
It happens, but usually the guy gets rich in the process. Or should actually be rich himself, but has lost his family property unjustly, like during the revolution or something. Those are unhappy books, for most of the pages. People sad about what they have lost, but then it all turns out just fine in the end.
And when both men are bad?
These are not very common. You can't have a choice between bad and bad. Nobody wants to read a story like that.
What if it's written really well?
Well, maybe then it's fine. Maybe if the lady then decides not to pick either, because she doesn't need a bad man. Yes, that would be interesting.
And when everyone's poor?
That's really not a proper romance story. That's more like everyday life.
Sometimes you have to write about real life things.
Not in romance books, sir. These are about nice and pretty people, and everyone is happy in the end.
And what about a book where the man-lady business doesn't work out at all?
I haven't read many of those. Maybe you should ask Mum.
Maybe I will.
I'm sure she can help out. Anything else you're curious about?
It's enough about the romance.
Maybe some about other books?
Who are these famous people?
Oh, kings and queens and generals of old, or artists and writers, or musicians, those kinds of people. There's usually something extraordinary about them. I think that's why people read them, to find the secrets of their fame.
Seems like most people who read those books fail to get more famous from reading them.
Do I say that, though? Yeah, reading those books doesn't make the readers more famous, though, does it?
But it does make the famous people more famous.
True. Yes, I am investigating by not investigating, for sure. Let's see. Fame sounds delicious. Maybe somebody will write a book about me one day.
Why would they do that, sir?
Start getting biographies from today's influencers. Yeah, I know. The ninja story. Because I'll be a superstar cop. In the papers and everything. They'll show him.
That's so cool. Maybe they'll make you a book cover picture and everything. Standing over a dead body, holding a gun.
I was hoping that increased my chance of the composure. Nice. Let's do that check now. Alright. I'm gonna deduce something now.
The girl keeps her hands folded, hidden. Why is that?
Why do you keep your hands folded?
What do you mean, sir?
She knows where this is going.
You don't need to be worried. I'm here to help.
She looks around anxiously. Her hands remain folded in front of her. She doesn't want to show them. The lieutenant stands by, looking at the two of you with little interest. a facade of true professionalism. He is far more intrigued by the situation than his poise reveals.
It's okay.
She brings out her reddened hands, her nails frayed, nearly chewed down to the flesh.
You bite your nails.
And you knew this from me keeping my hands folded?
There were a few other hints.
Well, that proves nothing. Anyone could do an easy deduction like that.
Do I say why? Because I think the reason why is probably depressing, which is potentially like a bad outcome. Otherwise, we can goof around and say you to do something about me, which is more fun. Do we want to prove to her that we're a good cop, but in the process, make it really awkward and sad and probably, like, you know, fracture the relationship? Or do we goof around and not really show that we're an awesome cop? Yeah, I think we can, my character, he could feel that there is some bad shit going on. We're not going to dive deeper into that. You think so? Do better. To do something about me. Deductions about you won't be... Exactly. They will be sad about me as well. They definitely will. She's going to be like, oh yeah, you're a hardcore drunk. Well, that's still better than like, oh yeah, you're poor and your mother abuses you and some shit.
You're quite sober.
She snaps back quickly.
The lieutenant does not flinch at the comment. He does not flinch even a single bit. He is intensely not flinching. It takes effort.
Exactly. No good or bad here, just only choices. How do you know I'm usually not sober?
Because you usually aren't.
Well, I'm having a grand time.
I sure hope you are, sir.
Rubs her nose.
There she stands, swaying on her feet, assaulted by the early spring breeze. She smiles at you. The whole situation suddenly feels familiar. Somehow, there's something you're missing.
Okay. Suggestion. Well, this is where... So I can't take off the clothes. This is where it sucks I have the minus suggestion. But I do kind of want to level it up. So I'm probably going to try it now. Level it up. Because again, man. Yeah, it's already at -1. So it's probably not going to be that big of a roll when we level it up. But I want to do this. So what am I missing here? Why does this feel familiar?
You have absolutely no idea. Familiar? How? You must have forgotten something you heard again.
And there's no guarantee that if I leave and come back, the answer should be there. Now, we'll see if it is after we do this, but I think it's okay to level up anyways. Again, I still feel like the best option right now is to hold my skill points for this specific situation. But we're still in the experimenting phase, seeing how mechanics work in this game. We know that first chick, when I left the conversation, she walked away, so I couldn't ask her again. This chick, if she's staying there, maybe we can ask her again, but we'll find out. Let's get suggestion up. See how much that actually raised the chance. 58. Oh, but I can't ask right now. So we can leave and do it again. Alright, well, that's fine. I don't regret doing that. See you around. If I see you around, I mean see you around right now. Which one is the one that lowers suggestion? That. Talk to this chick with my shirt off. Nothing weird about that.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
Alright, so what was I missing about this conversation?
Because you know each other. She's been talking to you so openly because you've talked before.
Well, it makes sense. If I'm drunk, probably hang out, talk to the kids. Only ones I can relate to. So you know me. We met before.
Yes, I stand in this spot all the time. You've been running around all week without your shirt on, sir. Telling people about being a star or something. I don't really understand who those stars are.
Kind of ironic I'm talking to her now with my shirt off as well. Did I ever talk to you?
Of course, you've stopped by a few times. You certainly look better than the last time I saw you.
Doubt that.
No, you don't have party eyes anymore.
Party eyes. Yes, of course. That makes sense.
Middle-aged disco drunk talking to kids without a shirt on. Nothing to see here. Exactly.
I'm not surprised children have seen you running around with party eyes on, he thinks. Not at all.
Party eyes.
You know, like a cat in the dark, all big and wide-eyed. It certainly looks odd on a man.
The swiveling eyes of a loony drug addict. That is what she meant. You were probably gurning too.
Not just alcohol, but drugs. Great.
Fuck yeah. You should get some party eyes right now. Snap those sequins on you, boy.
Damn, does that mean I've been partaking in narcotics?
Oh, baby, that's not what you have to worry about. Worry about the important thing.
Why didn't you tell me you knew me to begin with?
I didn't know I had to do that.
That's alright. I learned something about myself today.
I'm glad I could help you, sir.
Something very bad. Alright, well, we also learned that I can take off clothes. I mean, that was the main one. I do kind of want to take this off, too, because I don't really care about electrochemistry right now. And both of these, like, I do want the plus composure, that makes sense. But again, I don't know if there's actually going to be any kind of interaction with me walking around without pants on. I'm a little afraid to just walk around with no pants on. I feel like someone's going to bring that up. But then again, having no shirt also. I'll still put it on for now. I got away with it in this area, but until we find out if the yellows felt wearing clothes, I don't want to be running around without pants. Alright, so we'll go in here, and then I'll actually... Oh, you can walk that way, too. Then I'll actually go where we're supposed to go. But we did a very, very, very small section. This little corner. I do have to go to... Where was it? North or east? Where we have to go to the drugstore or something. So let's see. Gift book, smelling candy.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Hyundai somewhere.
Look through the display of books.
Rows and rows of Hyundai men blur your vision. You make out some titles. Man from Hyundai and the Mammoth Riders. Man from Hyundai, Return to Hyundai. And the solipsistic Man from Hyundai and the Hyundai Man.
Hey, good God, how many are there?
Maybe 100. Man from Hyundai and the sages at the end of the world. Man from Hyundai and the false god. Man from Hyundai and the scorched earth. Man from Hyundai, the Hyundai colonies. Man from Hyundai and the swamp beast. Man from Hyundai and the snow crabs.
Hello?
Not even close. Man from Hyundai in hell. Man from Hyundai and the forest of slaves. Man from Hyundai under the lake. Man from Hyundai, Hyundai burning. There's even The Trial of Death, a pastoral combat game book set in the world of Hyundai Man, and so much more.
I want to try this check. Even though we're obviously gonna probably fail it, but do any of the books call out to me?
Nothing of interest. Only silence and the cosmic background pain radiation.
We can try it again. Alright, Starkeep. Tell me about the Muscle Man books.
Oh, Man from Hyundai. A very popular series of adventure novels. They're awfully immoral and violent books.
Why is it popular?
Blood and violence, scantily clad women, epic narratives, all those mystical things he encounters. They're bound to grab those with little imagination and nothing to do.
Alright, so already I know she doesn't like it, so if I want information from her, I gotta pretend I don't like it, so that doesn't sound like something I'd be interested in.
At last, someone sensible. However, I still urge you to buy one. can't judge a book by the cover, they say.
These books are all trash and for losers. Buy one, please.
If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Hjelmdalaman, the man from Hjelmdal. It's supposed to be a good introduction to the series.
Damn, cost 9, which is so much. We have 2.7. Alright. Here.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise.
Let's look through it.
An endless variety of source books, lore books, and codices litter the table. The topmost book is titled Welkin Compendium, 2nd edition.
Not sure what this use is about. Where is he from? Yeah.
There's also a large hardbound tome with intricate cover art, The Hunters of Katawak, Boreal Creature Compendium, and a Pick Your Path adventure game book titled Tales of Wirral, Cavern of Velkrag. Books in a board game section? Who wants to read books?
Anything that really catches my eye?
There's a box that says Wirral, 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplements module. The side panel notes, a fantastique adventure board game, new maps and miniatures. A sticker on it displays 25 real. That price is steep, but then it's the 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplement, so it makes sense.
Games you have here.
Wonderful board games, sir. The Viticulturist is a classic for sure, or perhaps you'd like Archipelagos of Insulinda, a very educational game for those interested in geography. Raubritter is a fun game of economic competition, but can get quite intense after a while. We have games for the whole family. You can play with your children.
Who are you going to play board games with? Do you have friends or family?
There's a lieutenant here. Do I have friends?
Are you actually friends? Or just colleagues thrown together by circumstance?
Yeah, I think my character's... He's probably pretty depressed inside. Doesn't want to show all the time, but this is an internal monologue. Look at me. Who would have children with me?
Don't be so hard on yourself.
Oh, I said that
sir.
outside,
You just
out
need to
loud.
clean
Oh,
up a
whoops.
bit. And technically, friends are a bit like family.
Okay.
For playing with friends, I'd recommend Suzerainty. It's a civilization building game where you build a civilization, then set off to brutally colonize and repress other civilizations. It'll cost 12 real.
What are all these Wirral things?
Lousy auras there. No, role-playing games are popular among those types. You know, who are into those kind of things. Personally, I don't like it.
Who the hell would
Not
like a
at all.
role-playing game? That's so weird.
I've heard they turn people into occult enthusiasts. That they have rituals where they try to summon entities.
Ah.
Highly immoral stuff. You can still buy them, though.
Look around the shop before we talk to her. Go up top first.
These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. You see the name Dick Mullen over and over. Crime fiction is a disgrace. An asinine misrepresentation of the physical attributes of the arduous everyday work of actual police officers. These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work, glossing over how long it takes to actually follow up on leads and eliminate dead ends. What's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardships of year after year coming into contact with people during the worst days of their lives. Not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction just doesn't tell the truth at all. Now, would you like a list of all the books found on the shelf? You see Dick Mullen on the job. Get Me Mullen. The Stalwart Adventures of Richard P. Mullen. Dick Mullen and the Murder in the Orchard. The Sordid Affair of Dick Mullen. A killing is declared. Dick Mullen in the Murder House. The final case of Dick Mullen. An obvious lie. Dick Mullen in the clock tower. The ordeals of Dick Mullen. Dauntless Dick. Dick Mullen's funeral pyre. The murder of Dick Mullen.
Dick Mullen dies?
Oh no. Turns out he faked it to solve a case.
Who would have guessed? There more?
Yes. There's also the dame who did it. Farewell, my Mullen. Faking death seems to be a common trope in the Mullen series. The morbid tales of Dick Mullen. A dark tide turns. Tragedy calls for Dick Mullen. Another one with fake death. And, of course, Dick Mullen, the murderer. In order to catch a murderer, Dick Mullen must become the murderer.
That's what I said outside.
After all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question that matters. Who is Dick Mullen?
Good thing we can come back to this, because I actually would like to see what this is, but it's white, so again, we can try it right now at 42% and come back to it later. Who is Dick Mullen?
Your quick eye notices a small caterpillar crawling across the spine of a book. The title reads, Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity.
Mistaken Identity.
A worn paperback from Dick Mullen's classic hard-boiled phase. The premise seems to be that Dick Mullen is framed for the murder of his best friend and has just a few days to prove his innocence.
Why does this speak to me?
Could it be the motifs of unstable identities and shocking betrayals?
Maybe something else.
Perhaps you're drawn to the dark and noirish atmosphere. Is it because the smoking dame in the slinky red dress on the cover is giving you a hard-on?
Oh, right. That's definitely it.
Yeah, this is the book for you. See the way she's suggestively holding that pistol? That's symbolism.
So it's all this crime fiction.
Oh, crime, robberies, murders, even sexual crimes. We're fortunate to have Dick Mullen and his stories to sort all that out. You're a police officer, apparently. You should buy all of these. They really do teach a person how to be a proper detective.
Oh, I'm sure they do. Alright. Let's see.
The plaque on the shelf reads, Biographies of Famous People. You see a large variety of names, none of which ring a bell. Browsing through all the books with all their names makes your head spin. None of these seem important or relevant. It's all just vapid egoism. Suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. It reads, High Speed Love, the tragic true love story of Jacob Irv and Alfie Delatraz, by one Cecilia Averbrook.
What's it about?
High Speed Love chronicles the romance between two of the finest tip-top tourney racers in history. One of them is the madcap driver, Jacob Irv. His blonde mane graces the cover. Next to Irv's life story, you see a slim biography of an Occidental rock star called the Anti-Star. He's famous for shooting morphine into one of his eyeballs and cocaine into the other.
Okay.
Next to that, Rivasholian radio personality Guillaume Bevy stands in front of a rundown drug den. He's a permanent fixture on Channel 8, reporting on real-life crime and ruining cops' days.
I really must insist you buy one of the books. Reading them is not for free. Do still browse, though, but not too long.
She understands she has erred against the customer and immediately corrects course.
I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. You are browsing. Go ahead. Take your time. Time is commerce.
Anything of note in the shelf?
I would say... The Greatest Innocence. Yes, most certainly. It's an important educational tool delving into the depths of history, religion, and their relation to innocentic power.
Now again, we're trying to, make her like us so she'll answer our questions. So it makes sense not to ask who or what is an innocence, but I think she might interpret that as more of a philosophical question, which would then potentially not make her look down on us. So I am going to ask that. Who or what is an innocence?
A very influential historical figure. But surely I don't have to tell you that. You're a law officer, and law officers have at least some education. The book is also very daring. The author aims to re-examine the universal understandings of the innocentic system, creating a fresh vantage point and a shift in the tired order of things.
So you recommend it?
Certainly. It's prudent for a person to have at least an elementary understanding of history and society. Imagine the chaos we'd be in otherwise.
You feel like you should get this one. Definitely. It's important somehow. There's something personal inside.
Alright. Let's see.
Several maps have been attached to a bulletin board hidden inside the alcove. They're held up by small pins. The board has come loose from one corner. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda, a map of Revachol, and a map of Martinez.
The Insulinda?
This large map displays archipelagos. You see a constellation of small dots on the light blue emptiness of the Insulindic Ocean. The largest in the northeast is La Caillou. You are here. Another far away in the southwest, Seminese Islands. Ozon, Laurentide, Fas Alamir, Archipelagos, North Arcade Islands. All just specks of dust on the vastness of the Insulindic. On the edges of the map, the color fades into a blur of dotted lines, black and white, disintegrating into mathematics. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou, in a bookstore. It's you.
Alright. You see cities on the islands?
You can. On Caillou, Revachol, a single black star. On Ozon, Fondelier, and Vimandu. On archipelagos, Croyan Moran, Villiers. On Seminine, Olduvai, and on Laurentide, Deora of the Seven Seas. Lost little pearls of light, tiny fires in the dark. 850 million people live on these little dots, an oceanic world of culture and commerce torn apart by history.
At the edges?
The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosines and azimuths, all pointing into pale nothingness. Windy is the north azimuth. Grad is the northeast azimuth. Samara is the east azimuth. Seo is the west azimuth. Isolas, they're called. Connections to other worlds. Words past the Insulindian, unknown to you. You only know you've never been there. You have little idea what they are. Distant stars, gods, but looking at them makes you feel almost non-existent. Whatever they are, the Isolas are immeasurably large compared to you, and very, very far away.
Alright.
Perhaps they are gods, gods of distance and outer dust.
The map of Revachol?
The north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta of a river. It is the River Esperance. Countless bridges put the shards back together, connecting city blocks to river islands. La Delta says a great artificial heart in the center, teeming with life forms and construction. To the east, rolling hillsides, Le Jardin, Stella Marie, the suburbs of Saint-Baptiste, swallowed up into the megacity. They sound rich to you. This is Revachol East.
About west?
Hudon. It's somewhere to live. Not bad. Then there's Jamrock. It's bad. People shouldn't live there, but they do. Then Forberg. It's almost as bad, and much larger. Then Coal City. It's the worst. You feel you're just west of Coal City, somewhere above Jamrock and close to Coal City.
Alright, and Martinez?
It's not really a map. It's a tourist thing. A picture postcard with buildings on it, drawn from an isometric perspective. A date in the upper right corner says 48. Still, it's detailed. Could be pretty useful for scouting ahead. You see the jagged boxes of an industrial harbor, even the whirling in rags there.
Can I buy these maps?
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other two are not for sale anymore. And besides, you could scarcely afford them.
Oh.
They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though.
Why is it so cheap?
That old thing. It's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that never was nor came to be. From when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up 4 or 5 years ago. They also renovated the horse statue, set up those coin-operated viewers, and designed the new street lamps.
The place does not look like a successful tourist trap, does it?
What happened?
They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinez up. All these ruins are bad for business.
You can try to steal it. You know what? I'm gonna buy it. Obviously, we need a lot of money to pay off our stuff, but we can pay 90 cents for a map.
Always good to be informed of your surroundings.
You've acquired an interactable item. Investigate this item further by going to the Interact tab in your inventory.
Alright. Map. Edit. Use
The
interact.
worn map features the patchwork grid of the streets of Martinez, with directions to appropriately touristy locations. Year 48 resides on the upper right corner.
Trace a path through the grid.
Your finger moves through the various streets, across Rue de Saint-Ghislain and Rue Saint-Cypar, over Saint-Brun and Martinez North, finally coming to a halt on the spot where you are currently standing, although the map gives no such indication itself.
Duh.
For a more detailed view of the map, go to your journal and select the Map tab.
Oh, what do I? Do we actually have a map now? Hey, worth it. Okay, sweet. So actually, oh wow. Yeah, so this shows the area and all that. So we are right here, I think? Yeah, we're right here. Obviously, it's shifted slightly the angle, but this is our hotel. This is the building we're in. We looked right here. We had to go behind this for the murder. Cool. Save.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature.
Really?
Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named Matthias W. Dundas. It's about wholeness, unity, balance. These three things are very important to the working class mind. The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services.
How's that work?
It serves platitudes, while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind people don't have access to and which costs more than this book, is garbage and would only give you cancer anyway, without even curing your cold or anything. Wholeness, unity, balance, on the other hand, can basically take care of anything. Though it is important to note, when it's up to your mind to heal yourself, then it's because of your mind that you're ill in the first place.
True. Books, anything else?
The book features chapters on topics such as how to find magnesium. It even lists plants you can harvest magnesium from. How to continue drinking if you're an alcoholic who has destroyed his liver. And
hey, that might be useful.
There's even a chapter on the ancient Seraïs tradition of using duck gallbladder preservatives to treat and prevent sexually transmitted diseases.
Oh.
Pre and post factum apply. Nothing worth buying.
Yeah, it comes with complimentary tinfoil hat, yes.
This is just mundane garbage. What's even paranatural about this?
Yeah. Ooh. I don't believe in curses, -1. Okay, but I heard about curses. Find something truly otherworldly.
The throbbing in your head increases with every passing moment you gaze at this shelf. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a small green book becomes apparent. The title of it reads, Medicinal Purposes of the Pale.
What's the pale?
The book contains very little explanation on the matter. This knowledge seems to be taken for granted.
What's it about?
The book contains descriptions of various pseudoscientific therapies alternative medicines and folk remedies involving the Pale, also known as le territoire. For example, it recommends vigorously swatting one's naked body with a venik or hand broom, made from the leafy twigs of a young birch tree from the near Pale.
Oh, sounds painful.
It is supposedly invigorating and good for the circulation.
What else?
It also recommends consuming distilled spirits like vodka or whiskey that have been aged in the Pale. Readers are instructed to cover these jars in a shallow hole just inside the Pale and leave them there for 30 to 60 days, depending on the potency desired.
And what does this pale aged liquor do?
Among other benefits, it is alleged to restore a damaged liver to perfect health.
Well, good thing we read this and didn't buy it.
That seems improbable.
Yeah. Should probably get my hands on some of that. What else is in there?
For general health and well-being, readers are encouraged to take regular strolls through the Pale, though a sidebar cautions readers to limit each stroll to less than an hour. These strolls promise to cleanse the mind of worries and the body of toxins, especially if the perambulator performs this ritual in the nude. Nudity figures prominently in a number of these prescriptions.
So walk around in the nude. Got it.
This is exactly what you need.
Anything else to note?
There's an entire section devoted to cures for men who are struggling to perform their marital obligations.
I certainly don't need that.
You close the book and return it to its place on the shelf.
So what books are these?
Sir, please, no browsing in that shelf. That wisdom is not for free.
Too late.
I can't have you end up, like, opening a police store next door and stealing my customers. Oh, no.
Alright. Okay, so, now the lot. Buy yourself a map, though. Still have to go back here, but we'll... Actually, let's see if we can go back there. She's probably gonna yell at us.
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
Behind the curtains.
Nothing. Now, please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled to look at the books? The books are all you care about.
She speaks almost as if she's trying to put a spell on you, urging you to buy more books. Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become.
Look at the cage-like trinket.
You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Inside, a disturbing fish head with empty eye sockets stares at you.
The fuck?
This is a traditional Seminese ward, meant to provide protection against ill luck, bad dreams, curses, and other supernatural scourges.
Who are these Seminese?
Inhabitants of Ile de Fantôme, the Seminine Islands down south. Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fishhead charm at this time. The curtains remain shut before you.
Maybe I can ask the girl outside. Talk to her first before we talk to the lady. We'll get to that body soon. Soon. By the time we're done with the body, we'll be able to come back in here and talk to the cook.
Hi, Ace Detective.
Not like it's rotting or anything,
Are you
yeah.
here for more books?
So I can't ask her about that. Alright, fine. Hit Mr. Kuno while taking a shower. Most excellent. Let's see, talking to her.
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. My name is Plaisance. Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space.
I'm gonna ask her for money. You owning the store?
I am the proudest owner of our little shop of culture.
She has fine-tuned her voice to find the most welcoming approach for attracting new customers. It doesn't work.
Alright, what if I want to buy a book?
Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why'd you stop? Don't you feel compelled? Go, go, get back there. The books
She's
await
messing
you.
with her trinket, so between that and like the ritualistic thing here, she definitely seems to be into whatever that may be. It's not like voodoo or whatever. I mean, it could be, but like whatever that religion type of thing, the shamanism, if you will, or whatever. She definitely seems like she wants to almost hypnotize us into doing this. What type of books do you have?
Everything is on the shelves. Take a look yourself. The shelves compel you, don't they?
She's attempting to mentally direct you towards the shelves. She only wants you to buy the goods. She doesn't care about the books.
You even know what books you have for sale?
Truth be told, not really. My sister brings in most of the goods. I'm sure it's all very literary stuff with well-written prose. But you don't learn about the important things in life from fabricated stories.
Where do you learn about the important things then?
The truth is available if you just know where to look. And you have to open and free your mind to understand.
Uh-huh. I can't expand upon that, though. Let's see about the other dialogue option here. Shouldn't a storekeeper know about her wares?
I provide a valuable service. As long as people buy books, I'm fine. The truth is available.
Interesting.
She smiles and nods, seemingly relieved.
Girl outside mentioned the place is cursed.
Cursed? Who said that? Annette? I will have a word with her.
Uh-oh.
This place is not cursed. It has a robustly magnetic energy. Good for commercial activity. My business is thriving, sir.
What in God's name is she talking about?
That's your daughter out there?
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl?
Of course.
Wonderful. Did you talk to her?
Yes.
Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her?
Her opinion of her daughter depends on how well she lured you into the store.
Well, I mean, we this is what's interesting. I feel like if I don't buy anything and I say 10, she'll be like, oh, well, why didn't you buy anything? I did buy a map. So if my guess is correct that she would call me out for not buying something, I would think that buying the map would trigger that. So let's say, yeah, 10. She's certainly very polite and helpful.
My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette.
Exactly, I did buy a map, so I mean, who knows if that's really a true thing, but I feel like, again, even roleplay-wise, if I said it was a 10, she was like, well, why didn't you buy anything then? Well, now I can say I did. Alright. I don't want to call her out immediately. What do we do here? Damn, I mean, if I say she's a trooper, that sounds good, but then she's a great value add, kind of like says I agree with using her, but everything else calls her out quite a bit. Do we just go for it? I have to. All this pressure has made her really anxious. You know she's been chewing her nails.
God. I've told her not to do that. It's such a disgusting habit. She'll get over it. Anxiety is a part of life.
A part of hers, too, clearly.
I don't think she can do anything about it.
She can, if she has enough willpower. This is what's called growing pains.
Alright, we're digging in.
Life isn't easy. Life doesn't give breaks.
Come on, ma'am. It's obvious she can't do anything about it. You are placing an unnecessary burden on a young child.
I could tell her, yeah, she has a good point, but take it easy on your own kid. But that would be kind of hypocritical. And again, that's something she might call me out on. Oh, well, if I'm right, then why do I have to take it easy on my kid? I could be super aggressive about it, but we'll go with this one. What you're doing is wrong. Even I know that. And I usually don't know anything. That last bit's kind of rough, but okay.
She stands stiff and severe, silently fuming. 10 or so seconds pass without change. This is a person coming to terms with a new reality, one where they are wrong. It's not easy.
Maybe?
She's looking for one, but there simply aren't any good arguments for being an asshole.
Alright, alright.
Oh no. Hold on. I need to invite her inside and apologize. She must be freezing out there.
I mean, the way she said, oh no, didn't seem realistic. But, could just be the voice actor. Let's see.
There. I don't know what to say to you. My husband, he tries to teach me business lessons.
I believe her.
I have what my mother called a dull mind. All this stress.
It sounds like both the husband and the mother treat her the way she treats Annette.
You're like Annette to your husband and your mother.
Oh, well, my mother was horrible, of course. Absolutely perverse energies around that person. But my husband...
My husband is completely different, of course.
Is your husband her father?
Yes, my husband is a successful entrepreneur east of the river. If only he were more involved in the business we're running up here. No matter. Soon we'll both be off for Grand Couronne.
Grand Couronne, what's that?
It's a proper place to live. One of the most peaceful neighborhoods east of Jamrock. You may know it for its massive housing projects. Most of the buildings are empty at the moment. It's a great opportunity to get ahead of the crowds. Better times ahead for sure.
And your husband's also involved with the bookstore.
He made the initial investment. Since then, he's been what you might call a silent partner.
Super silent. Almost inaudibly
Yeah,
so.
so what's he actually do then? So is she an only child?
Yes, I'm afraid so. A real treat she is. It would be nice if she had... No, we couldn't have afforded more children, really. Not in this economy.
Ah.
We're quite busy people, you know, my husband and I. Quite busy. Children are a lot of work. You don't look like a father, so I don't expect you to understand. I'm sorry. I'm sure you do understand.
This is working out really well with her. She told me she doesn't go to school anymore.
She's been too busy helping me here. So she studied at home this trimester. This is a temporary solution, of course. I assure you, I of all people understand the importance of education. She will be back in school the moment the store takes off.
And hell freezes over? Never mind. It's not a good topic to get into.
All right.
The woman looks aloof. Her features much softer. Occasionally she glances at her daughter's silhouette.
Good. Well, farewell. Now let's talk to her.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't talk right now. I'm very busy with my homework. I have so much homework now.
You just can't win. Out of the rain and into the gutter.
What are you doing now?
Math. It's really difficult. Like, really. They say you need it to get rich. Better than standing outside in the cold, I guess. Oh, I found something while you were away.
What?
I thought this would fit you. Like, thanks for helping out.
Oh,
Not
a hat.
really. The
Dick
city,
Mullins
I mean.
hat.
Like a detective does.
Where'd you get it?
Just what Dick Mullen would ask. I got it from behind the curtains. I'm not really supposed to go there.
Behind the curtains? Detective hat.
Yes, just like the one Dick Mullen wears all the time. You'll look way more serious with that. Right, I have to get back to my homework
Damn,
now.
I can't ask her about the
4 month
curtains.
notices.
So she's not allowed back
This is
there.
hard.
Okay, so I get the feel this is completely, you know, with very little knowledge, +1 encyclopedia, nice. But if the husband bought this place and is a silent partner, and there's this back room that the kid's not allowed in, maybe he's involved in some shady shit, and this is where he has the wares or something. So this can go very bad. We might even... God, I wish there was another way to do this. We might reload if this goes too bad. Do a manual save too. I don't want to save scum, obviously, but
the curtains, tattered with age
I
and
might
covered
in this
dust,
situation.
hang before you, as if taunting you.
I'd love if there was like some other intel I can get, like from the girl or something, because she did mention it. Fuck it.
Just
This is just
as you're
going all
about to
out.
pull apart the curtains, the petrified voice of the shop owner cries out once more.
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers.
He closes around her pendant. Yep.
Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences. It's too dangerous.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
Alright, at least I get to talk to her, so this might not be too bad. This is about the curse? That's why you're afraid.
No, it's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains.
She's almost begging me now. I don't think the police officer bit will work, but she does seem superstitious, so I sense this place is calling for me. I must investigate beyond the threshold.
You do? My God, even more reasons not to mess with the curtains.
Okay,
Just step away, dear sir.
fine. I mean, I'm an officer. I need to get back there.
Why? It's not like anyone was killed there.
Oh? Her hand flies over her mouth.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. I can't allow that. You'll only make things worse and unleash the powers.
God. Like, there's might be a way to get back here later, but I think for now, we just gotta see. Screw it. I'm opening them up.
No! Please just talk to me, officer. Come here and let's talk this through before you decide to do anything extreme.
Talking is always good. Go see what she has to say.
Yeah, if she can...
There is something mysterious about the curtains. Be careful.
Yeah.
The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if taunting you.
What's behind the curtains?
Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books.
Oh, this is
She
the
speaks
previous
oddly
dialogue.
Nothing.
Oh,
She
God.
speaks oddly enough. The more she tries to draw you away.
So let's see if we got new dialogue options talking to her.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
So why are you so uptight about those curtains? I just want to know what's going on the other side there.
I already told you, it's just a storage room for employees. I don't understand why it's so important to you.
I don't understand why it's so important to you.
Just let it go, officer. Go buy some goddamn books. You're supposed to be drawn to the books.
We've got to check. Alright, if it's just a storage room, why does it have that Seminese border protecting it?
It's just for decoration.
He wavers under her gaze, mouth pressed to a tight smile. Something breaks.
Okay, fine. It's because this place is cursed. Just like Annette said. They
Cool.
don't call it the doomed commercial area for nothing. Are you happy now, officer? Happy that you've ruined everything?
Take it easy. You've broken her resistance. Pushing her further will gain nothing.
Have you sought help from anyone?
Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists and even a pair of Simonese mediators. They provided me with the wards.
All I gotta do is present myself as being helpful, and we might get back there.
The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies further in the building. Even though now I fear it's not enough.
Was your pendant part of the wards?
Oh, this? No, it's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans, with a spell of compulsion. It's to compel people to buy books.
Of course.
There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a different inducement
Yep,
spell,
she's
for
crazy.
example. It's guaranteed to boost sales 15%.
Of course it is.
Desert pygmy shamans. That sounds like a rather questionable way to describe a group of people.
How does this curse manifest itself?
The curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease, eating at the very foundation.
Shivers.
It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin, and bankruptcy.
Didn't that curtain just move?
It mentioned the previous tenants have experienced some financial troubles.
It's not just that, officer. We're dealing with something supernatural here. It's the cacodemons feeding off bad business practices and disappointing income statements. There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie, lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here.
Sounds familiar.
Strange, I feel unwanted too. What's it mean?
Truly so? Perhaps the dark energies are leeching off you. You shouldn't stay in the store too long. It may be dangerous.
Would you like me to take the case? I could investigate, see if the curse is real.
Most certainly not. I don't want anyone who's not familiar with the psychic arts to get involved in this mess. Stay away. Leave the spirits be, so they can return to their slumber.
My liege, you know what this case calls for? A para-detective.
92%. Yeah. Let's convince her to let me investigate.
Slither up to her, you silver-tongued fiend. Show her what world-class perfidy looks like.
Ma'am, I came here to help. I've handled paranatural situations before.
Are you sure? Don't think I haven't seen charlatans before.
I sense the psychic emanations from afar. The sleeper beyond calls out.
I'm not sure I can trust your claims. Honestly, you look like a bit of a drinker.
What?
Sorry for being so blunt, but...
The lieutenant keeps his usual stony calm. He silently picks out his notebook. Go ahead then, rock her world, he thinks. I'll compose some notes.
You see, it's necessary to drink the spirits in order to contact the void.
How do you know all this?
Here we go.
Your wards brought me here in the first place. Somebody's blood also runs through me.
You're part Simonese. Oh, it means our meeting couldn't have been mere chance. The hand of fate guides us. But I am not the only one at risk. I have to think of my daughter. You are certain you can help us? Keep us safe? I can't allow any collateral damage to hit us.
Come on, Kim. Be on my side here, buddy. Come on now. Just ask my partner, Kim. He'll vouch for me. He has not been listening closely enough. I'm on the spot.
Certainly so, ma'am. I can assure you my partner is eminent in this particular field.
If you promise, good officer, then you might be our last hope. Do you swear it?
On my honor.
Thank you, sir. There's one more thing I haven't told you about yet. The entity.
Oh.
Do not act surprised. You know of these things, sire.
Of course, the entity. I have sensed its presence.
You have? The entity takes the form of a woman, a witch probably. I've suspected that she must be connected to the curse ever since I first saw her. Did you know that she lives inside the chimney?
Chimney. The passage between heaven and hell, of course.
Yes, that chimney is part of the building's central furnace, and it's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains. God knows what she's doing there. Some unnatural magic, I assume. You should go find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building. What is the source of this curse? Here's the key to the warded door behind the curtains. Take it. Oh, and please do return to me after you've looked round. I'm quite anxious to know what she has to say about the curse. What you discover in there.
Unbelievable darkness and ruin. What you discover? Probably just some office space. Don't be scared.
Alright, I got some questions.
Okay, but please, only a few questions.
Alright, now we
You
don't
wouldn't
need
want
this.
to just...
The woman looks aloof.
Alright, Well, that worked out marvelously. Investigate the doomed commercial area. Sweet. First, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then we'll continue here. Alright. So yeah, we have this body to investigate. But first, we had to pick up some litter, and then we had to talk to the girl, and then we had to buy some books. And now we have to investigate this haunted area, but we will definitely check out that body soon. For sure. But yeah, I had to do all these things. These things are all very important.
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains.
Hold open. Cha-ching.
You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little Seminese wards, your shadow looming over it like an omen.
Oh!
Try your best to look away. Ooh. Ghostly silhouettes of hairdryers. That's a man? Didn't look like a man. Maybe David Bowie. Alright.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of Seminese trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked.
Let's knock first.
Only an echo. No one is there.
Unlock it.
After exerting some force, you manage to turn the key. It's eerily silent. The door slides slightly open, letting a draft of cold air into the room.
I ain't afraid of no ghost. I'm going in first. Let's see. Oh? Oh.
What is this place?
It's like a gym to me.
Yes, but no one's been here in ages. I doubt the electricity still works. Good thing we have a flashlight on us. Don't forget to take it out of your bag before we move on.
I do have my flashlight.
An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
I'm not afraid. Keep going. Sure, it's just a regular abandoned house. Nothing mysterious.
Sounds good.
I'm sure it's fine. dripping from the punching bag. You got a shot put ball. Okay. Ooh, that sells for a lot. Hell yeah.
A barbell lies on the floor. The color has worn off its
We're not
weight
gonna be able to pick this
plates.
up. It's gonna be like a check that I just cannot get.
It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Show the world what kind of beast it's dealing with. Lift them. There are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard. Why does it feel so familiar?
Yeah. I noticed there's no collars, but yeah, 8% chance. Look, Kim, it's a trap. There are no collars on the barbell.
You're right. The weights may fall off. Better not touch it then.
What kind of bastard would do that and just remove the collars?
It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but it isn't. No one's supposed to come here anymore.
Interesting. So, is this familiar because I'm a weightlifter?
No, it's not that. It's the stale smell of rubber, the squeaky sound of sneakers, your bruised knee against the mat, and a whistle. Then the feeling is gone. It's just a memory.
Gym class.
A memory from another life. When you were young and fit.
I wonder if there's like a hatch under this. And the reason it's like this is because if someone were to pick it up, it'd drop and make a sound, which would alert the people that are down there. Damn. Well, if that's the case, I can't do anything. Alright. Spooky. Very spooky. Okay. Bunch of mounted animals. Demi-John? There, what the fuck is this marionette up there like that for? Can we go? No, okay, we can't go that way. Why is a marionette like laid up like that? Naked mannequin torso. Ooh, that's a lot of money. Hell yeah. Can I like see this? I gotta walk over here to do it. Huh.
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes like some ancient cave mural.
What is this? Project Dread?
Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. Photos and drawings have been pinned to the board.
Look at the drawings.
These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of welkins. You make out autumnal candle welkins, casting wax-based magic. Translucent welkins, with organs shining under their skin. And even ether welkins, hailing from the vast emptiness of sidereal space. Who are all those creatures? Fantasies of a tortured, feverish mind? You should adopt one of those welkins as your persona. No longer a mere man, but a welkin. One of the welkins, towering among the rest, appears to be different, however.
This is important, we gotta examine him.
It's Vara Hamira, a high welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a welkin supremacist. The note says, all non-welkin races will be purged. The Haldor, the Twarg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them, purged. Imagine a world filled only with welkin, green welkin, dread welkin, and the high welkin to rule them all.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little welkin creatures.
Why would anyone spend so much time on this?
Some people really like building a world, I think.
Yeah.
Even if it's just for a game.
Yep. This is what I was thinking too. It's for like a game or something. Whether it's D&D or like an actual like board game, video game. Well, D&D is a board game, but you know, whatever. Is one of them a Welkin supremacist?
Mm-hmm. Political commentary. That one has a great beard, too.
Are these? Who drew them? Are they real? So many questions.
This looks like concept art for a project. It's not really real.
Yeah, well, it's been educational.
Just look at those details. So much effort.
And for what? All gone.
Photos?
The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual night. You see permafrost and glacial landforms, dead trees grown in under the snow. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried-up riverbeds, abandoned in a storm. Animal corpses in the dark, carcasses and bones. You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers, boreal dvorg, yurts under the snow, great mammoth-like beasts of burden. Albeit dark and cold, this vision also feels cozy in its own way, like eggnog or morphine, a much-needed respite from our own world. A pinned postcard reads, "The heat-death scenario, a desperate fight for geothermal energy engulfs the world as Wirral becomes untethered from its sun, drifting through the universe."
Check out the schedule.
This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint,
2 years ago,
and GPI span the marker-drawn grid, the grand scheme of production and money. Mini-Me stands for a mini-meeting. It's part of a bigger framework for managing work called RUN. Station 41 tried to implement it a few years ago, but failed.
All right, what happened?
As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield in the final days. Only failure and regret dwell in this region.
Looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, "See the prod schedule filament for details."
Notes.
The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: "Call in, tune out," "Wirral untethered," and "Heat death of the universe."
Interesting.
This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker, the mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looks ghostly and strangely ancient. The whole thing resembles Kadran mosaic tiles. Very pedantic.
Hold on, how do I know what Kadran mosaic tile is supposed to look like?
History classes, students with their textbooks open, studying the roots of our civilization. Those aquarelle blue tiles looked beautiful in the sun.
Like, remember that, but I can't remember what money is. Alright, what am I looking at?
Radio frequencies, it seems.
Oh.
UKV 123.6, UKV 123.7, UKV 123.9. Some written notes, too. Sparse and cryptic.
Frequencies for what?
Unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced.
We're dealing with something medical here?
You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled The Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on any station it wants.
Who's the Game Master?
Someone very important.
Yeah?
The leader of a massive on-air game built by these people. A conductor for the hundreds of story threads that pass through the Game Master's frequency.
The game? Then who's playing?
Whoever decides to call in to a call-in station, it looks like. All of this is gone, left unrealized. There's no way a little basement studio working here could pull anything like this off.
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became.
Interesting. So whether they intentionally wanted to make like a video game or board game at first, whatever, seems like it eventually transitioned into like a call-in service game where you dial this phone number and then you take part in this adventure. That's crazy. Never heard of that before. So why do you say that?
The schedule. I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
What else?
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo from times long gone. No one has used the fireplace in ages.
Alright, save. Developers of the most advanced RPG in the universe. Oh, I didn't want to leave. Oh, crap. I thought that was a door. Alright, well that's cool. Okay, this is also cool, but we're leaving. Go back where we were first. Did not expect to stumble upon this stuff. Awesome. When you start a thought cabinet here. Yeah, you can see it leveling here. Wait. Okay, so that's that thing right there connecting to me. Yeah. Maybe I'll finally remember where I live.
This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework. The keyboard has a rectangular on-off button. A piece of paper still hangs from the printer.
A radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone inside.
Think I should turn it on?
We have one of these down at the station, but I never really learned how to use it.
What better time to learn?
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard. The hatch on the machine's central compartment is wide open.
Look inside.
It's empty like a beehive without its brood. Some cables have been left dangling, disconnected.
This is where the memory should go.
Hit print.
Nothing happens.
Play.
Nothing happens.
Play again.
Nothing happens.
Okay. I love that they give me the option to hit play again, just to make me think that something would happen. So we can go back there. Let's just do like this area first. Do this room, that room, then back over there. Then we can go out eventually. Making so much money.
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace?
Just a failed business. Only question is, what the hell are they making?
Yes, that is the question. It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games.
Yep.
Only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers.
Utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment.
How are they planning to do that?
Through call-in stations. None of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way radio. Then there's the game master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts.
Has anyone ever done this before?
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Graz, Messina, Königstein. You know, places with industry.
Not in Revachol West, among the ruins.
But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an inter-isolary game before. We just don't have the technology.
This is a role-playing game?
Indeed. Those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the WeWorld board game, with hit death thrown in.
Super cool. Someone should give them millions of real, immediately. This game is too good to be left unfinished.
Yeah. What do you think happened?
No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard.
Him seems to know a lot about role-playing games here.
Indeed. It's ambitious and untethered from reality, but...
World's cold and lonely. This will keep it company. Let's finish it.
It's too late for that, I'm afraid.
Well, he did a half smile. We made him almost smile.
Okay, let's keep moving.
Yeah. The Slipstream. Is that their name? Production schedule. I can put that in here, maybe? Element memory? Otherwise, it sells for a lot.
Tiles on the
There you
cube
go.
are still like a smooth draw. The filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play
Oh
key
yeah.
starts
Skill
blinking.
point. Try print again first.
Nothing happens.
Okay, so play.
A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The sound of static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. Have you stirred the ghost of the doomed commercial area from its rest? Could this be its dismembered heart beginning to flutter? The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall, until a voice speaks out, crackling and old, cutting into the air.
Good afternoon. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeater Station 1.
Alright, so this is just the news, traffic report stuff.
Please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
What's the production schedule?
The filament you have inserted into the reader.
You mean that glowing thing?
Yes. Is that the production schedule?
Yeah.
Good. Please repeat the password.
Password? Of course it would have a password. That's why there's a human administrator involved. You should ask her for a hint.
Dang it. Oh, okay. The place where we are is called Fortress Accident on whatever. I thought like this was like a traffic report, and I'm like, why is she then like asking us? Well, we're still wondering why she's asking us, but interesting. All right, password. I'm really bad. Can you give me a hint?
No.
A hint system is not part of the protocol for repeater stations.
I don't know the password.
Received. I will register this login attempt.
Don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning up sooner or later.
Yeah.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
Why you call me Fortress Accident?
Fortress Accident is the company on whose name the terminal you are currently using has been registered to.
That's maybe the company name, obviously. You think you have any info on this company?
One moment. Fortress Accident SCA produces revolutionary interactive call-in radio games.
Yep, okay.
That's what the catalog says.
That's not bad.
And what's that? The interactive calling radio game.
Any other questions?
Are you a machine or are you alive?
Yes, I am alive. I am 74 years old and my name
Barely.
is Yvonne.
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
Alright, but where are you and how'd you know where I am?
I work as a repeater at the East Insulindian Repeater Station. It's my job to know where you are, Fortress Accident. As for me, well, I am sitting in my cubicle, surrounded by a wall of radios.
Doesn't it get lonely, sitting there all by herself?
Does it get lonely doing this job?
Lonely? Why would it get lonely? I get to talk to people all day.
That's why she does this.
Now, please tell me if there's anything else I can do, Fortress Accident.
That's all for now.
Thank you, and goodbye.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow.
Alright, so we gotta find that password somewhere. We're not done exploring. click on that, I guess, so it's not shown as new. And we got a skill point, but we'll wait to level it up. Oh, we can go up. First. Postcard. The Delta 51. Postcard's prepaid. Okay. I'm using a puddle of melting snow. Melting, which means somebody's been here recently.
An iron safety curtain curves before your eyes, folded like a bellows. It covers half the room, blocking the way into a colossal industrial chimney. This must be where the entity lives.
Knock, knock.
What an odd thing to do. Nothing happens.
Knock harder.
Still nothing. No one's home.
Even harder.
Those curtains prove to be
Ow!
surprisingly sturdy.
Okay.
Your fist hurts now.
Okay.
If this is really an entrance to the chimney, then there must be a furnace somewhere as well. Maybe there's another way to get in.
Can you please try to refrain from attacking random things?
Damn it, Kim. Try.
Thanks. In any case, there's no way we can get in right now. Let's investigate further.
I'm guessing this is how I heal. Damn it. There goes my one heal. I punched the fucking thing. Alright. Well, now we go in here. We do have a pry bar, but they didn't mention there being a lock, which I could use the bolt cutters on if there were. Another way in. Magnesium, +1 morale. Money. Alright. But I would like some health. Wind howls, and cold shoots above. That's a cool fridge.
You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its belly. The door is covered in frost, and the bear's eyes are glowing red. The bear looks oddly realistic. Is it taxidermy?
What if it is a real thing? Looks like a giant ice bear.
The lieutenant doesn't answer. His eyes are glued to the animal.
Wanna mess
A
around.
sharp slice of light shines out from its mysterious belly door.
Crack it open.
A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. You hear a low grumble as the bear regulates itself. This is the inside of a refrigerator.
Still powered.
The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of his gun.
Look inside.
The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door. The fridge is huge.
Take a wrapper?
A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane wrapper. It looks nothing like the fridge.
Note.
You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door.
What's a giant bear-shaped fridge doing in an abandoned cellar?
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge.
They try to sell ice cream from this hyper carnivore?
I know. What an unfortunate marketing choice. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
This is why... Wow, so this is using so much power that this is why they are losing money. Okay. Yeah, the sort of merch I mean, obviously I wouldn't be able to afford it, but if I could, I'd totally buy a giant ice bear refrigerator. That'd be so cool.
The fridge buzzes with energy. The electricity bill on this thing must be catastrophic.
Better than the Xbox fridge. Let's see. Handwritten note you found. How do I do this again? Put it in my hand. Use interact button in inventory. Interact button. It says it right here. Oh yes, left click. What's I'm doing? Left click. How to like this one? I I clicked it multiple times and clicked away, and it actually worked.
The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece
interact
of
button.
lined
Okay.
office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spots on its surface.
Does it say anything interesting?
Well, now we know.
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's detective instinct is still active.
Read it.
Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe.
Okay.
You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care, Sully Swaff.
Interesting. Wonder who was the note.
Looks like someone from that radio game company
figure.
upstairs. I'm a little surprised they just left their property lying here.
Yeah. Maybe they leave in a hurry.
That's a plausible hypothesis.
Which is interesting. Why would they have to leave in a hurry? So who's the illiterate ginger kid?
Some local miscreants, probably.
Yeah.
There are tons of them running around in Martinez, ready to stir up trouble. We usually dispatch our junior officers to deal with them.
Do you have any idea where this frozen ice cream maker could be?
I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close to the Ice Bear fridge.
Yeah. Interesting. An ice cream maker. Defrosted and unplugged. Flashlight casts a strange shadow. Something hidden. Ooh. That's a perception check. 2 rusty rifles. What? Stuck some busted guns beneath the ceiling. So again, just completely random guessing here. We have this studio that was making something, ran out of money, but maybe like the gangs tried to take over or something, so they were forced to hide out down here and protect themselves. I mean, just nothing to go by, but why are there guns here? A lot of guns. You can actually see them. If I can... Well, I can't put the light there, but there's guns there. That might just be wood. But we know there's guns up here and here.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in.
Found the light.
There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you want to take a look?
Yeah.
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and spiderwebs. Rummaging around, you find rusty rifles hidden away.
Or rifles.
Are these any good?
Most of them are rusty and inoperable, like the rest, but one catches your eye. A bolt-action model with a fine wood stock, in better cosmetic order than the others. Take it. You're a police officer. Police officers carry guns.
Yeah.
That's a rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still a beautiful thing in its own way.
What's this mean, a rifle?
It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez. It's an interesting coincidence, I would say. Might come in useful in the future.
That's... Okay, so that makes sense. So I don't think this has anything to do with the video game company. That's why this place was hidden. So probably like after the revolution or whatever, this is where they hid the guns. That's kind of what I was thinking.
He likes this find.
Where are we?
Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period.
There you go, yeah.
Look at all those rifles. Must be an old weapons cache.
Yep, okay. But we still have to figure out like what's going on here. Why did the developers leave so quickly? That does not sell for shit. Keep it for now. Wonder if you can... No. Wait, can you equip it? No, because it's not a tool. The frozen ice cream maker. Money and health. Oh, thank you. Yay, got some health back.
2 cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby.
Okay. We'll unplug the red one.
An electric sizzle. The room is slightly quieter now.
+1 drama. Hey. And that works out because I didn't want to wear this shirt. Nice. So I get +1 suggestion as well, pretty much. Much better. With the suit, looks a little funky, but hey. Alright, this is a comm system, it said. Interesting. Can we mess with this now? The fridge isn't pulling all the power?
Machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut.
Turn the crank.
Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. In the distance, you hear water dripping. It's all gone now. You'll never become a poet or an entrepreneur.
Crack open the lid.
You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but
I was about to say
the
we have a pry
ice
bar.
is too cold for you to get a good grip. A pry bar would come in handy here. If you want to try again, then you need to have the pry bar in your hand, detective.
Equip the pry bar by going to the Tools tab in your inventory. From there, you can equip it to a held slot.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top.
Pry bar not strong enough. Wow. I do a better grip with gloves, but damn. That is crazy. -20 because the pry bar is not strong enough. Woo. Oh, we have to get something stronger than that somehow. What about this one? Oh, that one still can't be. Well, damn, I guess we can't do this yet.
This orange machine is...
Yeah. Wow. The gloves help me to a whole 3% chance. Wall collapsed. Are we going to have to climb in through this to go up?
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. Looks like this furnace has a face, and it's a face of agony.
What is this, the furnace?
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. It's connected to the chimney. No one has used it in ages. No signs of any recent fire. Only dead rats.
Inside.
It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. It's coming from above. A voice or several voices talking to each other. Near the smoke chamber. Up.
What are you doing?
Sure, Kim, but I think I hear someone talking upstairs.
Wait, really? Maybe it's coming from behind those safety curtains we saw upstairs.
Definitely don't want to yell. Those voices I heard, maybe it's that entity? It said it lives in the chimney.
You're right. The rooms do look like they're connected. But malignant entities don't exist. At least not the supernatural kind.
Always has to be the skeptic, this man.
Well, if I kick it, it's going to alert them the same way that yelling would. Why would I want to yell, though? Smear my hands with coal, why?
A lush layer of coal now covers your skin, sinking into the wrinkles. Your hands look ancient. You feel the spirit of Ramut Karzai ancient hero of Grad, pulsing through you. All that's left is to cover your face in war paint.
Oh god, do we do it? I think we'd goof around here.
3 dangerous stripes appear onto your cheeks, telling stories of your wild.
We look so stupid for everyone else, though.
What are you doing?
Nothing. Sorry, that was stupid.
Yes, it was.
Damn it, Kim. Damn, so I can't get the fridge open for that thing. This, we have a 42% chance. Physical instrument, or I could kick it. Obviously, I don't have gear or clothes for physical instrument. I do have the skill point, but I don't necessarily want to use it. Because again, I feel like kicking has the same effect. So I thought we'd be sneaking to try to find these people. But no matter what we do, it's going to make noise. So let's just try 42%.
Covers the furnace. Coloring it, you muster all your strength and yell.
Yeah.
Your dehydrated, hungover throat can produce little more than a dry croak. A lifetime of smoking and drinking will do that to you. The chatter from the chimney continues on as before. You seem to have made no impression on whatever's up there. Then again, maybe it's worth actually trying something up there.
Maybe you should let your voice rest, officer. Try again later.
Okay.
A hollow ring goes through the furnace. Your toe hurts.
Oh.
You feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left arm, your jaw.
Guessing this is bad.
Very, very bad. This is the end. Bad.
I just killed myself by kicking this. Alright, try to remain conscious.
All you feel is pain and weakness. You have to surrender now. We all do. It gets so dark. You don't even see her face. Like you always thought you would.
Her face.
You only see pain and fear.
So I have a heart attack because I kicked this furnace. Cop suffers final heart attack.
Cop suffers final heart attack. A detective lieutenant of the RCM passed away yesterday. His death, though abrupt, did not come as a surprise to those who knew him. He was the heaviest drinker I'd ever met. Captain Ptolemy Price, the deceased superior officer, commented, "That ain't easy on the ticker." He loved his liquor, sure, said Detective Chester McLean, friend and colleague. But I think before he ever had a heart attack, his heart was broken. According to an official statement given by the RCM, the officer was on the brink of solving a murder case.
Good game. All right. That's awesome. Oh, that's those things. All right. Well, good thing we quick saved. So we can't do anything else down here. We can go back up top. I mean, we did pound on that door, but maybe they weren't there and now they are? Otherwise, we gotta come back down here later. I gotta figure out, like, it's interesting with this, pry bar check. It just says pry bar is not strong enough. Like, it doesn't say that, I need more strength or what have
This
you.
orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand.
Oh, I can go out that way too. You know what? Let's go out this way. Wait, now, let's go back up here, see, now that we know they're there, but I'm going to assume it's not going to do anything. Yeah, we're not going to get to the body today. I'll tell you that right now. You're not getting to the bodies today. So I would prefer to go to the cook before I forget, since that's not like a task written in the game. I'll forget to go to the cook and just explore that area in general. Alright, save.
As before, an iron safety curtain curves before your eyes. It covers half the room, blocking the way into a colossal industrial chimney. This is directly above the central furnace in the cellar. The voices probably came from here.
Yeah, last time we did this, we hurt ourselves.
Those curtains proved to be surprisingly sturdy. Your fist.
I'm gonna reload if
hurts
this
now.
doesn't alert them to my presence.
There must be another way to wake
Yeah,
up Hook.
okay. It's fine. We're gonna reload. Just because, you know, roleplay-wise, I wouldn't have punched it as hard as I can since we already tried that. I would just knock normally, it just wasn't an option. Okay, so again, we gotta come back here later. Good thing is we were just about to pass that check, and I could spend the skill point. I could. You know what? I think I will. Because we're already seeing some checks from this. That's still not going to be like a guarantee, but it's at least going to be above 50%. Let me finish exploring first. We'll go up these stairs, but like if there's no other way to do this, we'll come back here, spend that skill point, and do that. See where this goes. If you're thinking about like exit outside or something though. We do need endurance for more health. That takes me outside. Perfect. Alright, we'll spend the skill point. Try to get their attention. Probably save scum this if this is the above 50, just for the sake of doing it. No matter what, we do this eventually, but at least I won't have to come back. We'll save. Was it physical instrument? Powerful muscles, healthy organs, muscle men, bare knuckle brawlers, gym teachers. Break doors, chains, and bones. Laugh at the nappy pansies who can't. You'll be manned up. Okay.
A thick layer of coal dust covers
Alright,
the furnace,
58%.
coloring it. Pitch. Something breaks loose in you.
Good.
A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimney's depths. The chatter of tiny voices above suddenly cease. Then,
That was such good audio. I actually kind of almost thought somebody was here with me in real life. Like, I knew it wasn't, but that was actually really, really good.
you've awakened the entity.
Hello, you there? Speak to me.
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the second floor. I'll open it.
You hear a low rumble upstairs. The sound of a curtain being pulled aside.
After you, officer.
Awesome. So they didn't hear me banging on that? So I really want to get a check for endurance, so I have a reason to get endurance for health. I mean, obviously I can get it regardless, but if it's also for a skill check, that would be nice. Alright, save. Oh. And who is she talking to? Herself? Maybe she has a radio here. Full of dice, hundreds of them. Candy dispenser. Or dice. Okay. Is she still working on this stuff?
Hello. I'm Nia.
Bird-like woman.
Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Melius.
Okay, her headphones here.
So what kind of die are you looking for?
Could this be the malicious entity? Perhaps it's wise to go along with this masquerade for now. She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching.
Oh shit. Okay. What do you mean by Milius?
Yes, Amelia is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these.
Headphones?
Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking.
Must have me confused with someone else. I haven't knocked on your window.
Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters is that you're finally here. Let's talk dice. Did you have something specific in mind?
Why you want to talk about dice?
I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need. That's why you're here, yes?
Role-playing games? You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count?
Uh-huh. Maybe. I'm not really sure why I'm here, honestly.
How strange. Well, if you're interested, my rate is 10 real per set. Unless you want something really unusual.
Don't even have 10.
Take a look around and see if there's any particular stone you want to use.
It almost looks as if the stones and dice are a natural part of the room, growing out of the shells like stalagmites. This person means you, or no one else, absolutely no harm. She will answer freely and honestly.
Seems like it.
No falsehoods are present. She's a novelty dice maker and doesn't have anything to hide. Ask what you need.
We'll get to know her first before we ask her about the murder. So how'd you become a dice maker?
How did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field with too much competition. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. That was my first order. I grew it from there.
Do you like role-playing games?
Not especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players as customers? They're nice people.
Some of those nice people have big bucks to spend on novelty items. She's thankful for the security they provide her.
I said she's been living here and working, and that's the sounds they're hearing. Interesting that, like, nobody's ever walked through that back door and figured that out, that she's draining all the fucking power. Alright. So where are we anyway? What is this place?
We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know.
So the bricks, even though they've been repainted, still sounds a coal set.
But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus.
Plaisance was right. There's an entity living in the chimney. You should ask her about the curse.
Creative.
Heard the place is cursed. You know that people call it the doomed commercial area?
I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true.
Well, I mean, the owner is the one who sent me. She's convinced the place is swarming with malicious energies.
Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energies spared her somehow?
Maybe this is all going to end with her, you know, working out an agreement where she can, like, live here, but she works for the lady as another, like, clerk or whatever. Curse is just... Oh, no, here. Actually, the bookstore isn't doing that well. Hardly any customers, and she has to exploit her own daughter to keep working.
Oh, right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in rags? Some people say it's part of the building complex.
The Whirling's part of the Dune commercial area?
You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the east of the Commerce Central project.
Well, I mean, it's not doing too well either. The waitress just took off, and some customers are having trouble paying bills.
And then there is me. I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million-real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it?
Maybe it's just because she's so talented that she's been able to woo the curse.
I'll be the first to admit there are many inconsistencies with the so-called curse.
I was just about to ask, what do you think? Do you think the curse is real?
Time has come to face the source. Fear not, for the forces of the universe are supporting you in this psychic quest.
Starting to see there is no curse, only business decisions and natural market fluctuations.
Exactly. Truth is always so disappointingly mundane and boring. But I'm glad we got this sorted out. Anything else I can help you with today?
I gotta report back, that's what I figured.
That's all she has to say on the subject. She's been thorough and truthful, as far as we can see. Plaisance is not going to like what you have to tell her.
No, she is not. You know what happened to other tenants? Everyone else is gone.
More or less. Are you interested in anyone specific?
Oh, quite a lot of them spring to mind.
Hair salon?
Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out that working class men don't like genderless haircuts. They're scared of that word.
A bit of experimenting every now and then isn't bad.
Yes, I'm a simple man. I don't really have any opinions on hairstyles.
Me neither. I just want it off my face.
What happened to the gym?
It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemitep's boxing club. A community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime.
Who's Artemitep?
A kind man, from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was younger, and that's why he wanted to start the gym, as his way of giving back.
How'd that work out?
It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point, someone started a rumor that the punching bag downstairs was full of amphetamines.
Oh?
It's not really full of that. No one would store their drugs like that.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza ever since.
Broken windows.
Oh, this one's a mess. There used to be a company that promised to repair windows 24 hours a day. What could go wrong with this one, right? Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff milias. Who would have guessed?
What's the snuff milieu?
And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my own.
What's a snuff milieu?
It's a sub-Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some people pay good money to get off on it.
Nothing changes in her tone as she says that, as if it's just another piece of information to lay out for the world.
Don't worry, the ICP has a separate division that deals exclusively with unlicensed sub-Roses. This isn't our problem.
Good luck with that. It's not easy catching those perpetrators.
What about the stuffed animals? The mounts lying around.
You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist? No, he mostly just did drugs. Anything else?
And the mannequins?
There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists came.
Insect right activists? What in the name of...
The atelier produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings. And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, which of course caused the price to skyrocket. And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection.
So I have to pick how I feel about this. Insects don't have any brains or feelings.
Actually, insects do have brains, but yes, I understand what you're saying. I think the protesters took it a little too far.
As she shifts around, you notice several dead flies on the windowsill in front of her. Legs up. They're not moving.
Anything else?
What's with the rotor blades and skis?
They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money.
Yep.
Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hashtkor or wherever he is.
What do they say?
The usual, I imagine. That he's been thinking up all kinds of new business plans and can't wait to get started on them just as soon as he returns.
Men like that are a curse.
Sure, but Slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the bailiffs in 47. I have no idea why those skis and blades are still lying around in the house. Not much use now, I guess.
They were just the props. Why return them?
And this strange machine?
Fortress Accident, the radio game studio.
She liked them.
They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw two of them get into fisticuffs over Wirral. They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seemed to be chronically liberal with their schedules.
What do you mean? What happened?
The usual. They ran out of money and couldn't get the project done on time.
What went wrong?
Well, I did hear them talking at times. They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest.
She sounds almost mocking when she says that.
From what I've seen so far, the project, it did look quite impressive.
Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know, how the markets are rigged to keep out new businesses and so on. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic, and to show up to work on time.
She's right. Showing up to work on time is important.
Too bad. Would have supported them. Project looked great.
Not the wisest decision. You would have lost all your savings.
The result is 1 on a 20-sided die.
Of course.
The dice is black and filled with little silvery flakes, like snowfall.
Anything else?
And the terrifying taxidermy bear in the cellar?
Oh boy, the fabled Revachol ICT. You're in for a treat here. The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them. Now ask me about their other ideas.
Indeed. What were the other ideas?
Alright, what were the other ideas?
There was really just one. And it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth. And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
Sounds like she really didn't like those girls.
What'd they expect? 20 cents per hour is dog's pay. Surprised they showed up to work at all.
Oh, but they did. They did show up to work, and not alone. There were also acne-ridden girlfriends and gorilla-like boyfriends loitering near the ice cream stand. And they already had the bear.
What about the bear?
The bear.
Didn't work out?
Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator.
Yeah, we
to
do.
make matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well either, and half the ice cream came out malformed and partially melted. Eventually, Ravishore Ice City lost the price war to its rival, Glace 5000. Glace 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges.
I killed the bear by unplugging it.
You did what?
I unplugged it so the city could cut their losses.
Ugh, of course they left it plugged in. Even in death, the bear is costing them money. The taxidermist who made it said it was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. He called it Megatherion.
Sounds cool.
Therian.
Megatherion, a mega wild beast.
What's a mega wild beast?
It's an imaginary beast that guides you through life by telling you to do more drugs, mostly.
The horrific necktie tightens around your neck, strangely excited. But it doesn't feel particularly fun this time around.
Now, you beast.
What?
Nothing.
Right. Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire. Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps? I've been here for a long time.
Other questions?
I hope it clarified things
Yes.
a bit. What else?
So what do you know about the man who was lynched?
Nothing really. I didn't know him.
The lieutenant looks at his notebook, then the woman under the large window.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see or hear anything unusual last Sunday evening?
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window.
What do you mean, daily ruckus?
Well, there's always something going on in the Whirling's backyard. During daytime, there are usually those kids. And lately, I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about. Must be because of the strike.
She's heard of the murder, but did not see it, sire.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid.
Never took your eyes off work to look up?
I might have, but in this case, all I would have seen is my own reflection staring back from the darkness. It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, I
Makes
rarely get
sense.
up to look out the window when I'm in the zone.
You often work Sundays?
It's an odd profession, making dice for people, but I like it, and I prefer doing this to sitting at home.
Well, thanks.
She nods.
Anything else, officer?
I think we asked all
I'm
the questions
listening.
here, yes.
Good.
Well, let's go see if we can get this chick to believe us. There is no evil entity. You do something behind his back, sneak out after he's gone to sleep. Oh. The haircut threatens your masculinity. Alright, she is not gonna believe us.
You're alive and well. Don't keep me waiting now. What's in there? In that dark sarcophagus?
The dark sarcophagus.
Yes, yes. How was it?
Tell her how ghastly it was. You know it's what she wants to hear.
This is where it's interesting. I can play into her superstitions, but then tell her that I got rid of the demon, or tell her the truth and risk having her not believe me. Telling her the truth. Honestly, it's a dump. Nothing to see there, just heaps of garbage. Someone should let the sunshine in.
But what else did you find? Did anything survive? No, of course not. Have you located the entity?
Yes, I talked to the entity. Her name is Neha, and she's a novelty dice maker.
A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep.
A sorceress or some malicious entity. She's a businesswoman like you.
I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom? How did she explain the curse?
Yes, well, we have the fridge.
The narrative she's built herself, it does need tearing down. Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. The uncertainty is killing her. To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire.
She says there's no curse because there are too many inconsistencies.
Too many inconsistencies? What kind of talk is that?
Good luck persuading her. Some people can rationalize anything.
As I said, she's a novelty dice maker. Her business has been up and running for a long time now.
Yes, because her business consists of the psychic leech that's been feeding the curse. I see that you've fallen for her manipulation, Detective.
I think I have to reload.
The investigation is over. I just hope that you haven't made
Yeah.
anything worse by going in there. Thank you for nothing. Please, do buy some books.
I'm gonna reload just to do this,
Total
the other option here. Just because this was an either or, and I didn't necessarily know that. If I knew it was an either or, I definitely would have said, well, first of all, you're an inconsistency. Yeah, we're gonna not do this too often, but in that case, again, if I had known. But even then, I probably should have done that first anyways. I'm just so used to, again, picking all these other options first.
Yes, yes.
Done a good job of not doing that, though, but still gotta get in the habit here.
A novelty dice maker? I don't understand.
The narrative.
Because again, eventually we have to bring up the fact that, you know, there's that fridge draining all the resources here.
Good luck.
So first of all, you're one of the inconsistencies.
I am not doing as well as it looks like I am. I only have my Simonese wards to thank for the
Oh, that's
protection
it?
they provide.
I can't mention the refrigerator or anything? Because the refrigerator's the thing that's draining all the money. Alright, well, I guess we have to end it here like that.
Yes, because her business can... I see
All
that
right.
you... Thank you for nothing.
Oh well.
Please, do buy some books, or be on your way.
Wow. Total psychic collapse between you two right now. There was never any other way this could have gone. She's just too far gone into her own mind.
That could be true.
I am sorry we had to disappoint
It's just
you.
that it really felt like we were starting to break her down. Again, I feel like I had some more information I could have told her. But, alright. At least we know it's not because I chose, like, you know, one option first over the other. Or does it tell you how many skill points you have? Probably right here. So I'm assuming we only have that one. It's fine. Alright, well, we did it. And now I'm just going to walk into this area so I can remember next time to talk to the cook and explore, because we are going to finish it up here. Put that out for now. This. Save. Know that we have the people coming in here at night too, eventually. I don't know what time that would be. But as long as the kitchen's open, save it there. Yep, we have people to talk to here. And the kitchen's open. Perfect. So, wait, did I just see something when I walked by here?
The theme on that pinball machine is a standard royalist theme, used on everything from pinball cabinets to full-flavor cigarettes.
Whatever, it's hallmarks.
Clinging to a picture book version of the past century, waiting for the king to come back and cast out all the profiteers and homosexuals. Basically, imagine a yellow plastic crown with a liquor brand emblazoned on it.
Alright, where is it? Guess I gotta wait for the conversation to end to know. I'd rather know more about the world today.
The contemporary period stands still. The fated carousel of progress that doomed the Royalists is itself winding down. Our time is decelerating into what no one knows.
Okay. This.
Lonesome, long way.
Oh, it's because I completed this. Okay.
Here we go. Home awaits. Walk past Station 41 and through the market, past the Boogie Street spearhead to the other side of the lake, the frozen eye at the center of the district. Then past the video rental store on the corner. There, at the end of a street lined with pine trees, a small house no larger than a matchbox, 11 Voyager Road. You no longer live there. Those times are gone. And so are those people. Why did you come here? Why are you still here? And where's the dealer? You have to get back to work. That's all you have now.
We don't even know our house. We just... Okay. Bonuses. Learning cap for perception raised to 5. Ooh. What's this? Speed gives 1 psi. I don't know what that means, but the perception level cap raises is nice. Speed. Oh, probably a drug. Oh, yeah, I'm guessing doing speed the drug gives you 1 psyche. Okay. But hey, that perception cap is nice. So I did lose out. Interesting. So when you're learning it, I had the +1 encyclopedia. But then it changes after you learn it. Okay. But I do like that cap being raised. And the cap actually should be raised to 6 because it's already 5 because this is my signature skill, I thought. Maybe not. I thought doing the signature skill like raises the cap of that. Either way. Alright. Alright, so with that, I'm going to save the game here and we'll end it for day 1 of Disco Elysium. Totally important to figure out this murder. We are definitely focused on that and not taking time to do anything else other than talking to a few people and you know, picking up some trash and playing games with the homeless, looking at some books and investigating the spirits and opening some bare fridges and some ice cream makers and learning about some D&D and dice making. But other than that, we are definitely focused on solving this murder. Thank you for the follow, dude. So it should be really, really fun. Again, the writing already is really great. And it really is like one of those like no way to fail type of things, which is awesome because it's just as I said before, like I'm in the habit of these games of always getting all the dialogue because I want all the dialogue. But in this one, you have to be, again, it's very roleplay like. I have to make the choice based on my character because as we're seeing, I can make 1 dialogue option, which then sends me down a path that I didn't want to go in. And that's totally fine. In fact, it's really awesome. It's unique. It's just a habit I got to get in. And I got to say, I kind of got in that habit immediately. I haven't really been making choices just to hear what the choice is. I've actually been doing things that my character would do, that I would do. And that just feels really refreshing. And then you couple that with the amazing writing, which is both obviously funny and wacky, but also like just genuinely well written. It's interesting is the best way to word it, because you know you get the lore, but you get the wackiness, you get the individual characters. It's just really, really interesting. So this should be an awesome time. I know this is a highly rated game. Everybody loves it, and I can already see why. So definitely excited for more of it. But day 1 here is in the books. Maybe on day 2 we can finally do our job and look at that murder scene. We'll see.